Today, we announce the unsealing of sex trafficking charges against Jeffrey Epstein.
Dear hero imprisoned, with all the new crimes that you are perfecting. Oh, I can't help quoting you, 'cause everything that you said rings true. And now in my cell, well, I followed you. And here's a list of who I slew. Reggie Craig, do you know my name? Oh, don't say that, you say that. I am the last of the famous international playboys. The last of the famous international playboys.
People that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein included some of the richest and most politically powerful people in the world.
Run me crazy, you know my face. Oh, don't say that, please say that. I am the last of the famous international playboys. The last of the famous.
He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards.
In our lifetime, those who kill, the news world hands them stardom. And these are the ways on which I was raised. These are the ways on which I was raised. I never wanted to kill. I am not naturally evil. Such things I do.
Away. So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You had to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you?
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. There will come a day where we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known.
I kept my underwear on during the massage. I don't like massages particularly.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
A documentary covering Jeffrey Epstein. Where do you even begin? Well, I guess at the very beginning. The Dalton School. Who was the headmaster under whose aegis Dalton hired him? Well, that would be Donald Barr, OSS operative turned high school educator. He served as the headmaster of Dalton from 1964 to 1974. It is with him that our story begins. Barr, who left the school when its board tried to rein in its autonomy, served in the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, during World War II. After the war, he studied English while teaching courses, eventually becoming an assistant dean at Columbia University. Moving on from the CIA's predecessor in higher education, Barr moved to Dalton, where he was the headmaster when Epstein was hired. Well, it would be unfair to say that Donald Barr is the one who hired Epstein, as that's not confirmed. He is the headmaster under whose aegis Epstein was hired, despite having no credentials, and was brought into the fold of New York society. As Intelligencer said, Donald Barr is the headmaster who offered entry. That entree to New York society that Barr provided Epstein was highly important in developing Epstein into the monster he became. Though Epstein was eventually fired from the school for poor performance, and the attention he paid to young girls raised eyebrows, he landed on his feet thanks to a connection he made at Dalton. That was Alan Greenberg, an executive at Bear Stearns. Like Dalton under Barr, he evidently didn't care about degrees and decided to hire Epstein after Epstein was fired from Dalton. Perhaps it helped that Epstein taught a son of Greenberg rather than a daughter. In any case, that job set up Epstein for his future roguery, as it was through Bear Stearns that he developed his skill at hiding money and his connections with those who needed him to hide it, which then led to much of his future career success and his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter of Robert Maxwell. Further, the Bear Stearns credential on his resume presumably gave him credibility when he later proposed to manage some of Lex Wexner's money. Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret, became a lifelong Epstein associate, and how Epstein advanced up the ladder of society and met the members of America's wealth elite.
Today, we announce the unsealing of sex trafficking charges against Jeffrey Epstein.
Would be the son of Donald Barr, one William Barr, Attorney General appointed by Donald Trump, that would be the one who would prosecute Jeffrey Epstein, and it would be under his watch that Jeffrey Epstein would not kill himself. So interestingly, Jeffrey Epstein got his start through Donald Barr and the OSS, which was the CIA. And also recently the FBI released heavily redacted pages and a large number of deleted, among other unredacted documents. The doc links were examined. Most of what was in there was, as you can see here, heavily redacted, but there were some gems hidden amongst the files. So you can see in this FBI document, it states, on 9/11/08, case agent advised writer that Epstein is currently being prosecuted by the state of Florida and is complying with all conditions of his plea with the state of Florida. Epstein has also provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Case agent has advised that no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida. So right there you can see in plain black and white, Epstein is a FBI informant, and for that there will be no federal prosecution, and this was during the 2008 arrest in Florida. Which is why articles like this one are accurate, stating, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein was informant for Mueller's FBI, special counsel under fire for deal with sex offender, as it was Mueller's FBI that cut the deal with Jeffrey Epstein.
Let me start by reiterating that I'm pleased that the New York prosecution is going forward. They brought these charges based on new evidence against Jeffrey Epstein, who is now a registered sex offender, and this is a very, very good thing.
This is Alex Acosta, the man who gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart plea agreement and later would be appointed by Donald Trump to U.S. Labor Secretary. However, Alex Acosta gave him that sweetheart plea deal, as he will continue to state in this interview here, because the federal government would not prosecute Epstein, as you saw in the FBI archive file, and because he was told to, because Epstein belonged to intelligence. During an interview, Alex Acosta stated, "Is the Epstein case going to cause a problem for confirmation hearings?" Acosta had been asked. Acosta had explained breezily, apparently, that back in the day he'd had just one meeting on the Epstein case. He'd cut the non-prosecution deal with one of Epstein's attorneys because he, quote, had been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. Quote, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, unquote, he told his interviewers in the Trump transition, who evidently thought that was a sufficient answer and went ahead and hired Acosta. The Labor Department had no comment when asked about this. Then there's also this document that was released that states, details, SA blank will be working on gathering data for the intelligent analyst that will be coming to Palm Beach on Monday. So the allegations that Jeffrey Epstein was running a blackmail operation with the help of the federal authorities, such as the FBI and intelligence agencies, seems to be starting to ring true. Especially considering prosecutors went to great lengths to keep secret the non-prosecution agreement reached in 2007 with Jeffrey Epstein. Attorneys for the victims allege, because of the strong objection they would have faced from the victims of Epstein's abuse, and because of the public criticism that would have resulted from allowing a politically connected billionaire who had sexually abused more than 30 minor girls to escape with only a county court jail sentence. Keep in mind that Robert Mueller was the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigations from 2001 to 2013. He oversaw the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein in 2008, and prior to that, he oversaw the investigation of 9/11 in 2001. The Attorney General at the time was Michael B. Mukasey. So it was Mueller's FBI that was involved in the investigation of Epstein in 2008 when he was named a federal informant for the FBI, and the same Mueller's FBI had countless Israeli connections to Mueller's probe of Trump and Russia. The Israel lobbyists, Netanyahu cronies, PSYOP manipulators, and well-connected oligarchs. Could it all just be one big coincidence? Well, one of the things they wanted to take a look at back in 2019 was the FBI wanted to probe Netanyahu ties to cousin Milikowski. Another interesting thing of note is James Comey's daughter was a lead prosecutor in Ghislaine Maxwell's child sex trafficking case. This is the daughter of the FBI director. Maureen Comey is one of the lead prosecutors in the criminal case against Ghislaine Maxwell. The daughter of former FBI Director James Comey also worked on sex crimes against Jeffrey Epstein. She also prosecuted ex-gynecologist Robert Hatton and Treasury Department whistleblower Natalie Edwards. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell brought plenty of familiar faces along with them into the spotlight, including Prince Andrew, former presidents Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, but one newcomer is 32-year-old Maureen Comey. Of course, Maureen Comey has worked on multiple Epstein and Maxwell-related cases. Comey is currently an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York and one of the most prestigious federal prosecutor offices nationwide. District covers Manhattan and surrounding area, making it the center of prosecutions for financial crimes and other high-profile cases. Maureen Comey joined the office in 2015 and is listed as one of 3 lead prosecutors handling the case against Maxwell, along with assistant U.S. attorneys Alex Rossmiller and Allison Gainfort Moe. The 3 of them also handled cases against Epstein, who was indicted in July 2019 for numerous sex crimes. For the case against Maxwell, they're joined by assistant U.S. attorneys Andrew Rohrbach and Laura Elizabeth Pomerantz. Prior to joining the SDNY office herself in 2015, Maureen Comey worked for a year as a clerk for Loretta Preska, who at the time was the chief judge at the U.S. District Court for Southern District of New York. Preska oversees a long-running defamation case that Virginia Giuffre filed against Maxwell. Giuffre has accused both Maxwell and Epstein of sexual misconduct, and the civil lawsuit has led to numerous unsealed documents related to Epstein and Maxwell's conduct. Comey has also worked on another Epstein-related case. Nicholas Tartaglione, the former police officer, was arrested in 2016, accused of killing 4 men as part of a drug crime conspiracy. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, and he's been jailed for the past 5 years, often getting into arguments with correctional officials, court records show, as his case has been delayed. Tartaglione was briefly roommates with Epstein in Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center in 2019, and was living with him when Epstein made his first suicide attempt in jail on July 23rd. Tartaglione claimed to have helped Epstein after finding him unconscious. The jail was shut down earlier this year after numerous scandals. You will see this often recurring in the Epstein situation, where all of these places where things happen are quickly demolished or destroyed shortly after everything happened. One thing that was demolished was Comey's career because of how bad of a job she did prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein and any of the clients of those two. And you can see here she had to step down. Prosecutor in Diddy and Epstein cases fired by the U.S. Justice Department. Many people believe that Epstein Island and other various properties was a blackmail operation for the Mossad. One of those people who believe that is Mr. Hoffenberg. Jeffrey Epstein boasted he was selling Prince Andrew's secrets to a Mossad spy and called him his Super Bowl trophy. Mr. Hoffenberg, the 74-year-old widower who now lives in Connecticut, claims that Epstein told him about his blackmail plots, which became ever more sophisticated, especially when the Maxwell became involved. Cameras were set up in all the houses. His private plane, nicknamed the Lolita Express, and Epstein threw parties for his high-profile friends, providing a roster of younger, underage women, Hoffenberg said. Hoffenberg, who attended some of these parties, says that any recordings and information was used for financial gain and also given to Mossad, the feared Israeli intelligence service. Quote, he told me that Ghislaine Maxwell was going to be the breakthrough to bring him into that orbit, to be able to be part of the agency in Israel, and that's what did occur, unquote, he said. Quote, he always explained to me what he was up to. He acquired his first royal connection in the early 90s. He told me about it. He got it from Ghislaine Maxwell and used it substantially. That was the Super Bowl to him, and it was the most important relationship to him. Epstein did meet Prince Andrew around 91, and this was said to me by Epstein. Epstein was very pleased with meeting the prince, and it was in the UK. Epstein knew he could manipulate Andrew. That's a solid fact. Epstein's ability to manipulate was extraordinary. If he wanted to, he could have been the president of America. Andrew respected Epstein highly and was tremendously impressed, so that's what made him vulnerable to Epstein. This was a trophy friendship. It was the strongest bond, even more than the Clintons. Prince Andrew was always denied any wrongdoing and played down the extent of his friendship with Epstein. The Sun reached out to a representative from Maxwell and Buckingham Palace for comment. Quote, they created the plan of installing the honeypot cameras and had taken over the house in Manhattan, given to him by his billionaire client Lesley Wexner, to blackmail politicians. Quote, he then took over the house in Florida and put in cameras. The cameras were to record rapes. It wasn't just about gathering intelligence, but compromising the politicians. When he befriended Andrew, he had a deal with the Israelis to gather the intelligence and information from people who Epstein took into his homes and his plane. Unquote, Steve Hoffenberg. Here's a picture of New York Governor Mario Cuomo with Steve Hoffenberg in 1993. Quote, Andrew had a weakness for the girls and fast life. Epstein provided that fantasy. Andrew would then give intelligence that Epstein would give to Israel. This was happening when I was working with Epstein, unquote.
My close friends call me Randy. I'm a naughty guy. Contraception comes in handy, or I'd have more children than Princess Di. I like to have a lie down wherever I go, 'cause I'm...
Hoffenberg is considered Epstein's original mentor after making him his right-hand man while he was CEO of the collection agency, Towers Financial Corporation, in the mid-80s. Hoffenberg says Epstein was living in London at the time working for British arms dealer Douglas Lease after being fired by the U.S. investment bank Bear Stearns for a deal that went wrong. He says Epstein, who was found dead in his cell last year awaiting trial for sex trafficking, came to him broke, and together they made hundreds of millions working on a Ponzi scheme to siphon off company funds instead of paying investors. So you can see here seated Ghislaine Maxwell with her father, Robert Maxwell, Robert Maxwell was a media mogul and also considered by many to be an Israeli super spy. In this image, you can see Robert Maxwell meeting with Ariel Sharon, former Prime Minister of Israel. And as we all know, nothing is true until officially denied. Here we have Naftali Bennett, former Israeli Prime Minister, stating, "As a former Israeli Prime Minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Epstein's conduct, both the criminal and merely despicable, had nothing whatsoever to do with the Mossad or the State of Israel. Epstein never worked for the Mossad. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities, such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. They just make things up, say it with confidence, and these lies stick because it's Israel. There's a vicious wave of slander and lies against my country and my people, and we just won't take it anymore." Official statement of former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett on the Jeffrey Epstein connections to Israel. A special report on occurrences, foreign and domestic, identifies the fact that one of Jeffrey Epstein's suspected trafficking aircraft shared the same tail number, N474AW, as a State Department Bronco used under contract by DynCorp. The use of this tail number by the Department of State and DynCorp can be corroborated by official government records. This would mean that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked underage girls using a tail number registered by DynCorp, and during the same time period as DynCorp when they trafficked minors in Bosnia and other parts of the Balkan states. If issued by some sort of accident, or if one of the two aircraft was decommissioned, the statistical odds of just two craft sharing the same tail number would still be over 1 in over 900,000. FAA records and Epstein's pilot's flights manifest indicate that Epstein's Bell helicopter used the same tail number of N474AW. This was the same tail number used until 2006 by State Department contractor DynCorp for counterinsurgency operations in Latin America. The congruence of Epstein's Bell N474AW and DynCorp's Bronco N474AW is noteworthy. In 2002, the year Epstein's aircraft fleet stands accused of flying underage teen girls, some between the ages of 12 and 15, coincides with DynCorp's trafficking in underage females between the ages of 12 and 15 from Kosovo and Bosnia in the Balkans. One DynCorp whistleblower reported the Washington Times Insight magazine's Kelly O'Meara in 2002 the following on one of DynCorp employee in Bosnia. He owned a girl who couldn't have been more than 14 years old. Nadia Marchinkova, Epstein's sex slave, who would later go on to create a thing called Aviloop, who Epstein groomed to be his special assistant and even his pilot, was recruited from Yugoslavia at the age of 14 and was the very same embattled former country where DynCorp was active in trafficking girls of the same age. As with the Justice Department and FBI's investigation of Epstein, the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Division, CID, largely buried the investigation of DynCorp in underage female trafficking. The connection of N474AW to both Epstein and DynCorp may be much more than mere coincidence. In the world of criminal investigations, this type of information is known as leads that often connect to hard evidence of criminal conspiracies. The official flight records showing the tail number discrepancy. The descriptions of sex between adult males and underage females by DynCorp employees in Bosnia in the 2000 to 2002 timeframe coincides with descriptions of sex between Epstein and his influential friends and similarly aged young girls on Epstein's aircraft and residence in Palm Beach, Florida, New Mexico, and on the island of Little St. James. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, among the Jane Does filing suit against the U.S. government, concluding a sweetheart non-prosecution agreement, NPA, between Epstein and his co-conspirators and the U.S. Justice Department are a number of females with Slavic-sounding first names like Tatiana and Natalia, and Slavic last names like Metrovich, Malyshav, and Malinska. Such names are found in countries like Bosnia and Kosovo, where DynCorp employees were also trafficking in teenage girls. According to flight manifests filed by Epstein's pilot, David Rogers, on August 6, 2002, the Bell helicopter N474AW flew from Epstein's Zorro Ranch, the same ranch that's never been investigated by any authorities, in New Mexico to the Double Eagle II airport outside of Albuquerque. Complicating matters is the fact that a Cessna model P210N aircraft also uses the tail number N474AW. The aircraft, according to FAA records, is registered with the tail number N474AW on August 1st, 2014, and is owned by Centurion Aviation, LLC, 677 Green Tree Lane, Ada, Michigan. The previous plane listed by the FAA as multiple record N474AW assignee was the Bronco used by DynCorp under contract to the owner, United States Department of State, 138 South Patrick Drive, number 985, Patrick Air Force Base, Brevard County, Florida. So who owns DynCorp, might you ask? Well, Stephen Andrew Feinberg, Executive Officer, CEO of Cerberus Capital Management, is who controls DynCorp. And on May 11th, 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump named Feinberg to the head of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. Feinberg has been described as secretive in the New York Times. In 2007, Feinberg told Cerberus shareholders, "If anyone at Cerberus has his picture in the paper and a picture of his apartment, we will do more than fire that person. We will kill him. The jail sentence will be worth it." Cerberus is the parent company of DynCorp, which is a major national security contractor with the U.S. government. The next part of our story brings us to Nicole Junkerman, the Epstein associate nobody's talking about, the IDF-linked Bond girl infiltrating the UK NHS. This was written by Johnny Vedmore. I have a story to tell you, a story that causes my heart to pound and blood pressure to rise as I type each and every word. A true story of a woman of great wealth and power who rode on Epstein's Lolita private jet on several occasions. She appears to be German-born Israeli state intelligence operative based in London, an ex-model whose name appeared in the Panama Papers from the Mossack Fonseca leaks, and who became embroiled in a FIFA corruption scandal with Sepp Blatter and his family. She is perhaps the closest example of what you could possibly find to a real-life Bond girl, yet she is almost completely unknown to the majority of us. Nicole Junkerman, along with Ehud Barak, sits on the board of directors for Carbine 9/11. Link between Nicole Junkerman, the Israeli State Intelligence Services, and the Israeli Defense Force is not a tenuous one. The ominously named Reportee Homeland Security was the first incarnation of what has now been rebranded Carbine 9/11, and is referred to simply as Carbine. Described as a global leader in public safety technology, Carbine is a call-handling platform app that allows you, amongst other things, stream any ongoing emergency directly to the responding emergency services. It claims in the information section of a promotional video on YouTube entitled Nicole Junkerman Presents Carbine that it will, quote, provide a plug-and-play solution that allows 911 callers to connect their smartphone features to the emergency operator so that the operator can make a better assessment of the emergency. Location data, audio, camera, and video access can be shared, providing the operator with greater detail on the situation. The use of Carbine's solution will allow emergency management teams to better triage their cases and improve the utilization of downstream emergency services. In this Epstein case, one of the best pieces of evidence which was available to researchers was the flight manifest, and as you can clearly see, Nicole Junkerman's name appears on that flight manifest multiple times. As of 2019, Nicole Junkerman's current business portfolio is very impressive. She's often described as an ex-model, entrepreneur, and investor. Ms. Junkerman is much more than just what you see at first glance. Born in Dusseldorf, Germany on 27 April 1975, Nicole Junkerman studied business administration at the International University of Monaco, then went on to study management development at prestigious Harvard Business School in the United States. Amongst her many talents, she is multilingual and can speak German, English, French, Italian, and Spanish. In 1998, after graduating from the University of Monaco, she co-founded Winamax, which was an early online gaming platform that existed before online gaming regulation became a priority for the authorities. Winamax was sold in 2001, and Junkerman would go on to invest in a recently created media rights company called Infront Sports and Media AG, where she would soon serve as vice chairman of the board of directors. In 2002, Junkerman acquired the rights for the 2006 FIFA World Cup in Germany with a relatively new company, Infront Sports and Media. The company was best known at this time for its president and chief executive, Philip Blatter, the nephew of Sepp Blatter, then the president of FIFA. This overt corrupt nepotism left Junkerman's Infront Sports and Media as the company to market the TV rights to the future major FIFA tournaments. The company went on to acquire the rights of all FIFA's World Cups. And even though this deal was watered down in 2006, in 2011, FIFA again gave Infront permission to sell the TV rights in the Asian markets for the 2018 and 2022 World Cups. During her time at Infront Sports and Media, Junkerman would be caught flying on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express on 3 occasions. The first flight, recorded on 22 March 2002, she would share with Epstein, Sean Koo, and one other passenger. But it's her second trip which really stands out. On Saturday, 31st August 2002, Jeffrey Epstein and Nicole Junkerman would fly from Paris Le Bourget Airport to Birmingham Airport in the UK alone. They would return to Paris via the same route on Monday, 2nd September 2002. For Jeffrey Epstein to fly without any of his normally present entourage is very unusual. So what was happening that weekend? I've done a lot of research on these dates, but as yet, no answers. Whatever the reason for these two incredibly rich people being together, this meeting was a very private one. Junkerman had also just completed Harvard University's program for management development, and Jeffrey Epstein had a high-profile relationship with Harvard, which in 2003 led him to donating money to the Ivy League college while stating that he had given the school $30 million in funding, a claim later revealed to be false. Was Epstein using the famous American college to recruit for his own business or other interests? Continuing with Junkerman's career, in 2005 she founded a private equity fund focused on media and sports investments in Asia and Europe called United in Sports, and managed to raise £242 million for the venture in 2007. Her other project, Infront Sports and Media, was ultimately sold to a Europe private equity firm, Bridgepoint, for £600 million in 2011. And that year, Nicole Junkerman had officially become one of the hottest investors in the world. Since her very first acquisitions, which I've already referred to, Junkerman has invested or purchased Shanghai Really Sports, Ziggurat, Thousand Child, Aloha, Jobio, Emodicast, LV, Auctionata, Coindrum, Spoon Guru, OptioPay, Grabio, Magnum Global Ventures, Songza, and a list of other companies. Some of these businesses draw additional interest, being Health Tech Digital, OWKIN, Reporty Homeland Security, which would become Carbine 9/11. Matt Hancock, Member of Parliament for West Suffolk and Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in the UK, appointed Nicole Junkerman to the Health Tech Advisory Board. So not only is Nicole Junkerman appointed to the advisory board for the NHS, she also sits on the board of Carbine 9/11. They promise to combine the use of personal data, location data, live video, data from surrounding wearable tech, and even information from park smart cars to deliver more information to the emergency services who should be responding. They can pinpoint your location, even indoors, to within 3 feet, and they claim that they can even collect data from drop calls. However, they fail to mention how they'll get permission to use such masses of available data. Who are these angels behind this revolutionary technology which aims to get between a victim and the emergency services? One of the directors of Carbine is Nicole Junkerman. The chairman of the board of directors is Ehud Barak, the 10th Prime Minister of Israel, the 14th Chief of Staff of the Israel Defense Forces, former Minister of Defense and former head of military intelligence for Israel, Ehud Barak has a long history as one of the more public faces of Israeli covert operations. Before he was prime minister, Ehud Barak was a big name in the IDF. Through the 1970s, he led many operations, including famously disguising himself as a woman to kill members of the PLO. See Ehud Barak here sitting on the board of Carbine 9/11, and also a regular visitor of Jeffrey Epstein's. This is an image of Ehud Barak sneaking out of Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment with his security guard in detail. Little closer up image, and you can clearly see Ehud Barak leaving Jeffrey Epstein's residence in New York City. And obviously Ehud Barak brought some sort of security with him for this visit to Epstein's Manhattan mansion. Ehud Barak referred Weinstein to ex-Mossad agents he hired to quash allegations. Former Prime Minister admits putting Hollywood Mogul in touch with private Israeli intelligence agency, but says he didn't know why Weinstein needed it. So Ehud Barak recommended to Harvey Weinstein, seen here standing left, to use a company called Black Cube Intelligence to go and harass Harvey Weinstein's American citizen victims. One of those victims was actress Rose McGowan. See here, Black Cube in retaliation against victims of sexual harassment. Harvey Weinstein used an Israeli private investigation firm called Black Cube to gather information on victims he harassed that were taking legal action. This was an American citizen using a private Israeli intelligence firm against other American citizens that were victims of him. The company in question is this company called Black Cube, where they say they can secure the seemingly impossible. Black Cube is an intelligence firm that helps you win when no one else can. And what are the Israeli intelligence connections to this Black Cube of Saturn intelligence firm? Mr. Halevi, the ninth head of Mossad, has capped 40 years of service, including command of 2 major operational divisions and extensive field service. He served 5 prime ministers as head and deputy chief for 10 years. He was ambassador to the European Union, headed the National Security Council, and the Hebrew University Center for Strategic Studies. Everyone who sits on this board of directors for the Black Cube has direct connections to Israeli intelligence services or the IDF or both. Another one of these is Inspector General retired Yohanan Danino. Danino served as the Israeli police commissioner and is renowned for establishing its flagship unit, Lahav 433, dealing with the most sophisticated fraud, corruption, and cyber cases. During his tenure, he led high-profile intelligence investigations, established the Integrated Intelligence Center, and promoted the financial model for crime prevention. In his recent role, he served as chairman of the Migdal Insurance Group. Another great example of how powerful Black Cube is the late Meir Dagan. As one of the most illustrious and successful directors of the Mossad, 2002 to 2012, a post to which he was appointed by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, the same Ariel Sharon pictured with Robert Maxwell earlier in this documentary. Mr. Dagan cemented his position as leading thinker and innovator in the intelligence community. His strategic approach, leadership, operational skills, and unique mindset provided for his prior successes in the military career and national security advisor to the Prime Minister. He was awarded the Medal of Gallantry for his service to the country. In 2015, Barak formed a limited partnership company in Israel to invest in a high-tech startup called Petie, now named Carbine, which develops video streaming and geolocation software for emergency services. A large part of the investment money was supplied by Epstein. Barak also received $2.5 million from the Wexner Foundation in 2004 for research, which has never been fully explained, Haaretz reported. Epstein was a member of that foundation. Speaking on Israel's TV's Meet the Press, Saturday, Barak stated he had no idea Epstein's charges related to molesting underage girls and defended his business relationship with Epstein. In a dated article, Barak says he may break off business relations with Jeffrey Epstein. keyword may, as in has not done it yet. Quote, for almost 5 years, a company associated with Epstein has been a passive investor in a limited partnership, legally registered in Israel and under my control, wrote Barak on his Facebook page. Every investor in this partnership is bound by the same commercial contract. As soon as the present charges related to Epstein became known, I instructed my lawyers to examine the options we have for expelling the company associated with Epstein from this partnership, wrote Barak. The same Ehud Barak is pictured here with Anthony Weiner, who was involved in a similar type scandal to what we're talking about tonight, and some naughty things on his laptop. Lauren Witzke on Twitter asks, how did Netanyahu have access to Bill Clinton Monica Lewinsky tapes? Because Jeffrey Epstein was Mossad collecting video evidence against politicians and used those blackmail tapes to help Israel push through American policy that Israel wanted. And you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Israel's Mossad is blackmailing a majority of politicians in the U.S. government. Bill Clinton, who we will go through as one of the clientele of Jeffrey Epstein, a person definitely on the Epstein Client list, is involved in this story here where Netanyahu is said to have offered Lewinsky tapes for Pollard. New critical book on the Clinton family claims that Israel tapped the White House phones, blackmailed the president recordings of the intern, Monica Lewinsky. So as you can see, this is another example of this very small country blackmailing U.S. politicians. In an article credited to Johnny Vedmore, the husband of Whitney Webb, in an article last week with the independent outlive narrative, Ben Menashe, who was himself involved in the Iran-Contra arms deal, told his interviewer, Zev Shalev, that he'd been introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by Robert Maxwell in the mid-1980s, while Maxwell's and Ben Menashe's involvement with Iran-Contra was ongoing. Ben Menashe did not specify the year he met Epstein. Ben Menashe told Shalev that he, Maxwell, wanted us to accept him, Epstein, as part of our group. I'm not denying that we were at the time a group that it was Nick Davies, foreign editor of the Maxwell-owned Daily Mirror. It was Maxwell, it was myself, and our team from Israel. We were doing what we were doing. Past reporting by Seymour Hersh and others revealed that Maxwell, Davies, and Ben Menashe were involved in the transfer and sale of military equipment and weapons from Israel to Iran on behalf of Israeli intelligence during that time period. He then added that Maxwell had stated during the introduction that your Israeli bosses have already approved of Epstein. Shalev later noted that Maxwell had an extensive network in Israel at that time, which included the later Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, according to Ben Menashe. Ben Menashe went on to say that he had met Epstein a few times in Maxwell's office. That was it. He also said he was not aware of Epstein being involved in arms deals for anyone else he knew at the time, but that Maxwell wanted to involve Epstein in the arms transfers in which he, Davies, and Ben Menashe were engaged on Israel's behalf. However, as Mint Press reported in Part 4 of the investigative series Inside the Jeffrey Epstein Scandal, Too Big to Fail, Epstein was involved with several arms dealers during that period of time, some of whom were directly involved in Iran-Contra arms deals between Israel and Iran. For instance, after leaving Bear Stearns in 1981, Epstein began working in the realms of shadow finance as a self-described financial bounty hunter, where he would both hunt down and hide money for powerful people. One of these powerful individuals was Adnan Khashoggi, a Saudi arms dealer with close ties to both Israeli and U.S. intelligence, and one of the main brokers of Iran-Contra arms deals between Israel and Iran. Epstein would later forge a business relationship with a CIA front company involved in another aspect of Iran-Contra, the airline Southern Air Transport, on behalf of Lesley Wexner's company, The Limited. During this period, it is also known that Epstein became well acquainted with the British arms dealer Sir Douglas Leese, who was collaborated with Khashoggi on at least one British-Saudi arms deal in the 1980s. Leese would later introduce Epstein to Stephen Hoffenberg, calling Epstein a genius and describing his lack of morals during that introduction. Thus, there are indications that Epstein was involved with Middle Eastern arms deals, including some related to Iran-Contra, during this period. In addition, Epstein would later claim, and then subsequently deny, having worked for the CIA during this period. This source, who has direct knowledge of the unauthorized use of promise to support U.S. and Israeli intelligence projects, told Mint Press that some of the proceeds from the illicit sales of promise were made available to Jeffrey Epstein for use in compromising targets of political blackmail. As was noted in a Mint Press series on the Epstein scandal, much of Epstein's funding also came from Ohio billionaire Lesley Wexner, who has documented ties to both organized crime and U.S. and Israeli intelligence. After Promise software was stolen from its rightful owner and developer Inslaw Incorporated, through the collusion of both U.S. and Israeli officials, it was marketed mainly by two men, Earl Bryan, a close aide to the Ronald Reagan, later U.S. envoy to Iran, and close friend of Israeli spy master Rafi Eitan, and Robert Maxwell. Bryan sold the bug software through his company Hadron Incorporated, while Maxwell sold it through an Israeli company he acquired called Degem. Before and following Maxwell's acquisition of Degem, the company was a known front for Mossad operations, and Mossad operatives in Latin America often posed as Degem employees. With Maxwell, Epstein's alleged recruiter and father of Epstein's alleged madam, having been one of the main salespeople involved in selling Promise software on behalf of intelligence, he would have been a key position to furnish Epstein with nascent sexual blackmail operations with the proceeds from the sale of Promise. This link between Epstein's sexual blackmail operation and the Promise software scandal is notable, given that the illicit use of Promise by U.S. and Israeli intelligence has been for blackmail purposes on U.S. public figures and politicians, as was described in a recent Mint Press report. In a completely unrelated photo, we have John Luc-Brunel wearing an Israeli army hat. One of the most interesting rabbit holes in this entire investigation has to do with Epstein's yacht, which was known as the Lady Ghislaine, also known as the Lady Mona Kay, and is now known as Dancing Hare. Dancing Hare, formerly Lady Ghislaine and Lady Mona Kay, is a super yacht built by Amels in 1986. Built for Ehud Khashoggi, it was then purchased also in 1986 by Robert Maxwell, who died by drowning in 91 while cruising on the yacht off the Canary Islands. It was then owned by Arabian businessmen who sold it in 2017. The new owner, Anna Murdoch, had it refitted and renamed Dancing Hare. So the current owner is Anna Murdoch, who is married to Rupert Murdoch, the news media mogul. One of the previous owners was Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, who was known as an Israeli super spy. On their toes, one thing about the party aboard British media mogul Robert Maxwell's yacht, everybody had to doff their shoes before boarding the plush-carpeted Lady Ghislaine. Maxwell insisted and his guests cooperated, including Donald Trump, minus Ivana, who was a much bigger yacht and was happy to compare them with Maxwell. According to the book The Assassination of Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy, Robert Maxwell was murdered by Israel's Mossad for revealing means and methods aboard the Lady Ghislaine yacht. But first we need to go back to that name that the boat was originally built for, Ehud Khashoggi. Ehud Khashoggi was born in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. His father, Adil Khashoggi, has headed up several property developments in Saudi Arabia. His grandfather, Mohammed Khashoggi, was of Turkish origin from Kayseri, and the personal physician to King Abdul al-Saud. Ehud Khashoggi is also the nephew of businessman Adnan Khashoggi. His surname, Khashoggi, means spoonmaker. So who is Adnan Khashoggi, you might be asking? He's a Saudi businessman and arms dealer known for his business dealings, extensive geopolitical influence, and opulent lifestyle, which earned him the moniker the Great Gatsby of the Middle East. During his peak in the early 1980s, Khashoggi's net worth was estimated around $4 billion, amassed through his pivotal role as intermediary between Western defense companies and the Saudi government. Khashoggi was the founder of Triad International Holding Company, which held diverse investments worldwide, including in luxury hotels, oil refineries, and real estate. Known for hosting lavish parties attended by celebrities and politicians, Khashoggi's lifestyle made him a media fixture and inspired popular culture, even influenced songs by Queen and appearing in shows like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. Adnan's geopolitical involvement: he was directly involved in helping organize and fund the top-secret Operation Moses in 1984 to airlift to safety 14,000 Ethiopian Jews from Sudan to Israel during a famine caused by the Ethiopian Civil War. Khashoggi was implicated in the Iran-Contra affair as a key middleman in the arms for hostages exchange, along with Iranian arms dealer Menachem Ghorbanifar. In a complex series of events, was found to have borrowed money for these arm purchases from the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, with Saudi and United States backing. His role in the affair created a related controversy when Khashoggi donated millions to the American University in Washington, D.C. to build a sports arena which would bear his name. Khashoggi was a member of the University Board of Trustees from 1983 until his indictment on fraud and other charges in May 1989. Khashoggi was a principal foreign agent of the United States and helped establish the supranational intelligence partnership known as the Safari Club. During this period, Khashoggi was a financial client and financier of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In January 2003, Seymour Hersh reported in the New Yorker magazine that former U.S. Secretary of Defense Richard Perle had a meeting with Khashoggi in Marseille in order to use him as a conduit between Trireme Partners, a private venture capital company of which he was one of three principals, and the Saudi government. At the time, Perle was chair of the Defense Policy Board Advisory Committee, a Defense Department advisory group which provided him with access to classified information and a position to influence defense policy. Khashoggi told Hersh that Perle talked to him about economic costs regarding a proposed invasion of Iraq. Quote, "If there is no war," he told me, "why is there a need for security? If there is a war, of course, billions of dollars will have to be spent." In the 1960s and 1970s, Khashoggi helped bring together Western companies and the Saudi Arabian government to satisfy its infrastructure and defense needs. Between 1970 and 1975, Lockheed paid Khashoggi $106 million in commissions. His commissions started at 2.5% and eventually rose to as much as 15%. Khashoggi became, for all practical purposes, a marketing arm of Lockheed. Khashoggi would provide not only an entry, but strategy, constant advice, and analysis, according to Max Hessel, then vice president of Lockheed's international marketing. This was all detailed in what's known as the Lockheed bribery scandals. Adnan Khashoggi's enormous yacht was the inspiration for Queen's song Khashoggi's Ship. In 1991, Khashoggi made an extended appearance on the British television program After Dark, discussing the Middle East alongside, among others, former Prime Minister Edward Heath and Lord Weidenfeld. Khashoggi also appeared in Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous in 1985 with host Robin Leach, which showcased Khashoggi's extravagant lifestyle. During this peak, Khashoggi was a well-known figure who frequently appeared in the press and media. He also appeared in various television shows, newspapers, and notable magazine covers such as Time and The Washington Post. You can see from this magazine back in 1995 in Australia, Captain Bob's Girl Afloat, and a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell. Back before Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested and she was still missing, one of the things I was doing and publicly posting was tracking the Dancing Hare yacht using AIS and following wherever it went, and having crew members of my pirate crew go down and try to get photographs of the people coming on and off the yacht. One of the places we tracked her to was Silo Marina in New Zealand, and one of my pirate crew members went down there and took some photos of a very interesting person coming off the yacht. Now, this photo was taken pre-COVID 9/11, so it was unusual to see people walking around with face masks at this time, and the photo was taken at night of some individuals walking off the Lady Ghislaine, and this was just a few days before the alleged arrest in New Hampshire. When you zoom in on the photo of the people walking off the boat, it looks to me like Ghislaine Maxwell walking off the boat with a security detail. This would have been during the time Ghislaine Maxwell was on the run from the authorities, and this yacht was owned now by Anna Murdoch. The next part of our story comes out of Mint Press News, titled The Mega Group, Maxwell's, and Mossad, the spy story at the heart of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. The Mega Group's role in the Epstein case has garnered some attention, as Epstein's main financial patron for decades, billionaire Lesley Wexner, was a co-founder of the group that unites several well-known businessmen with a penchant for pro-Israel and ethno-philanthropy, philanthropy benefiting a single ethnic or ethno-religious group. However, this report will show another uniting factor among Mega Group members is deep ties to organized crime, specifically the organized crime network discussed in Part 1 of the series, which was largely led by notorious American mobster Meyer Lansky. Perhaps the best illustration of the connections between many of these players often melded together can be seen in Ronald Lauder, a Mega Group member, former member of the Reagan administration, longtime donor to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's Likud party, as well as longtime friend of Donald Trump and Roy Cohn. From cosmetics heir to political player, often overlooked yet famous client and friend of Roy Cohn is the billionaire heir to the Estee Lauder cosmetics fortune, Ronald Lauder. Lauder is often described in the press as a leading Jewish philanthropist and is the president of the World Jewish Congress, and yet his media profiles tend to leave out his highly political past. In a statement given by Lauder to New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman in 2018, the cosmetics heir noted that he has known Trump for over 50 years, going back to at least the early 1970s. According to Lauder, his relationship with Trump began when Trump was a student at the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania, which Lauder also attended. See an image here of President Trump meeting with Ronald Lauder at Mar-a-Lago in 2016. It is worth noting one particular act apparently undertaken by Lauder while he was U.S. Ambassador to Austria that has recently come to light in relation to the arrest in early July of Jeffrey Epstein. A finding first reported by journalist Edward Saul. When police recently discovered an Austrian passport with Epstein's picture and fake name after raiding his Manhattan residence, the source and purpose of the passport came under media scrutiny. According to the Associated Press, Epstein's defense lawyers specifically argued that a friend gave it to him in the 1980s after some Jewish Americans were informally advised to carry identification bearing a non-Jewish name when traveling internationally during a period when hijackings were more common. This claim appears to be related to concerns that followed the hijacking of Air France Flight 139 in 1976, when Israeli and Jewish hostages were separated from other hostages based largely on the passports in their possession. Given that Epstein was able to meet the conventional qualifications for an Austrian passport, including long-term residency in Austria, the passport lists him as a resident of Saudi Arabia, and fluency in German, it appears that the only way to have acquired an Austrian passport was by unconventional means, meaning assistance from a well-connected Austrian official or foreign diplomat with clout in Austria. In addition, Lauder was well connected to Epstein's former patron, former head of Bear Stearns, Alan Greenberg, who had hired Epstein in the late 1970s, immediately after the latter was fired from the Dalton School, and Donald Trump, another friend of Lauder and Greenberg, who began his friendship with Epstein in 1987. The same year the fake Austrian passport was issued. In 1987, Epstein also began his relationship with his principal financier, Lesley Wexner, who was also closely associated with Lauder, though some sources claim that Epstein and Wexner first met in 1985, but that their strong business relationship was not established till 1987. Though Epstein's defense attorney declined to reveal the identity of the friend who provided him with a fake Austrian passport, Lauder was both well-positioned to acquire it in Austria and also deeply connected to the Mega Group, which was co-founded by Epstein's patron Lesley Wexner, to which Epstein has many connections. These connections to both the Austrian government and Epstein's mentor make Lauder the most likely person to have acquired the document on Epstein's behalf. Furthermore, Epstein and the Mega Group ties to the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad also suggest Lauder was involved in the procuring of the passport, in light of his close ties to the Israeli government and the fact that Mossad has a history of using ambassadors abroad to procure false foreign passports for its operatives. Lauder himself has been alleged to have ties to Mossad, as he is a longtime funder of IDC Herzliya, an Israeli university closely associated with Mossad, and the recruiters as well as Israeli military intelligence. Lauder even founded IDC Herzliya's Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy, and Strategy. Furthermore, Lauder co-founded the Eastern European Broadcasting Network, CETV, with Mark Palmer, a former U.S. diplomat, Kissinger aide, and Reagan speechwriter. Palmer is better known for co-founding the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, an organization often described as an accessory to U.S. intelligence, one whose first president confessed to the Washington Post that a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. A 2001 report in the Evening Standard noted that Epstein once claimed that during the 1980s he worked for the CIA, but later Epstein backed away from that assertion. Megagroup, a secretive group of billionaires to which Lauder belongs, was formed in 1991 by Charles Bronfman and Lesley Wexner, the latter of whom has received considerable media scrutiny following the July arrest of his former protege, Jeffrey Epstein. Media profiles of the group paint it as a loosely organized club of 20 of the nation's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen focused on philanthropy and Jewishness, with a membership due upwards of $30,000 per year, yet several of its most prominent members have ties to organized crime. Megagroup members founded and are closely associated with some of the most well-known pro-Israel organizations. For instance, members Charles Bronfman and Michael Steinhardt formed Birthright Taglit with the backing of then and current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Steinhardt, an atheist, has stated that his motivation in helping to found the group was to advance his own belief that devotion to and faith in the State of Israel should serve as a substitute for Jewish theology. Other well-known groups associated with the megagroup include the World Jewish Congress, whose past president Edgar Bronfman and current president Ronald Lauder are both megagroup members, and B'nai B'rith, particularly to spin off its known as the Anti-Defamation League. The Bronfman brothers were major donors to the ADL, with Edgar Bronfman serving as the ADL's honorary national vice chair for several years. Former Israeli President Shimon Peres, second from left, listens to Edgar Bronfman during a 1995 lunch thrown in Peres' honor. From left are Lawrence Tish, Chairman, President, and Chief Executive Officer of CBS, Israeli Ambassador to the United States, Itamar Rabinowitz, and Bronfman. Photo by David Karp, Associated Press. Les Wexner, the other megagroup co-founder, also has ties to organized crime. Wexner's ties to Jeffrey Epstein have come under scrutiny following the latter's recent arrest, as Wexner was the only publicly acknowledged client of Epstein's suspicious hedge fund, the source of much of his wealth, and the previous owner of Epstein's $56 million Manhattan townhouse, which Wexner transferred to Epstein, a controlled entity, for free. Before Epstein received the townhouse, Wexner appears to have used the residence for some unconventional purposes noted in a 1996 New York Times article on the then Wexner-owned residence, which included a bathroom reminiscent of James Bond movies, hidden beneath the stairway, lined with lead to provide shelter from attack and supplied with closed-circuit television screens, and a telephone both concealed in a cabinet beneath the sink. The Times article did not speculate as to the purpose of the equipment, though the allusion to famous fictional super spy James Bond suggests it may have been used to snoop on guests or conduct electronic surveillance. And the 1996 Times article also noted that after Wexner bought the residence for $13.2 million in 1989, he spent millions more decorating and furnishing the home, including the addition of electronic equipment in the James Bond bathroom, only to apparently never live in it. The Times, which interviewed Epstein for the piece, quoted him as saying that Les never spent more than 2 months there, Epstein told the Times, which identified Epstein as Wexner's protege and one of his financial advisors, that the house, by that time, already belonged to him. That same year, Epstein was commissioning artwork for Wexner's Ohio mansion. A recent article from the Times noted that in the summer of 1996, Maria Farmer was working on an art project for Mr. Epstein in Wexner's Ohio mansion. While she was there, Mr. Epstein sexually assaulted her, according to an affidavit Ms. Farmer filed earlier this year in federal court in Manhattan. She said that she fled the room and called the police, but that Mr. Wexner's security staff refused to let her leave for 12 hours. Farmer's account strongly suggests that, given the behavior of his personal security staff at his mansion following Epstein's alleged assault on Farmer, Wexner is well aware of Epstein's predatory behavior towards young women. This is compounded by claims made by Alan Dershowitz, a former lawyer and friend of Epstein's, who had also been accused of raping underage girls, that Wexner had also been accused of raping underage girls exploited by Epstein on at least 7 occasions. The presence of electronic equipment in his home's bathroom, other oddities related to the townhouse, and aspects of the links between Epstein and Wexner suggest there is more to Wexner, who has rather successfully developed a public image of a respectable businessman and philanthropist, much like other prominent members of the megagroup. From the Ghislaine Maxwell deposition. Lawyer questions Miss Maxwell. Did you ever provide Virginia Roberts with an outfit of a sexual nature to wear for Les Wexner? Mr. Pagaluga. Objection to the form and foundation. Ghislaine answers. I think we addressed the outfit issue. Lawyer. I'm asking you if you ever provided her with an outfit of a sexual nature to wear for Lex Wexner. Ghislaine answers. Categorically no. You did get that. I said categorically no. Lawyer responds. Question. Don't worry, I'm paying attention. Ghislaine answers. You seem very distracted in that moment. In an unrelated photo to all of this, in an article titled, I was Epstein's butler for 18 years, there's no way he killed himself, Valdson Vieira Cochran with Jeffrey Epstein on his private jet in 2019, this photo, given exclusively to The Telegraph, may be one of the last taken of the financier, shows him wearing an Israeli Defense Forces sweatshirt. Back in 2002, when Jeffrey Epstein was known only as a mysterious financial whiz with a private island and a roster of A-list friends, being friendly with him was something to boast about, and Donald Trump did. Quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy, Trump told New York Magazine that year for a story headlined, Jeffrey Epstein, International Money Man of Mystery. He's a lot of fun to be with, but he's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life, stated Donald Trump. And you must remember that Donald Trump was in the orbit of these people, and you can see him here standing with another frequent visitor of Epstein Island, Bill Clinton. According to Virginia Giuffre's deposition, she stated, Jeffrey Epstein's presence with another. Answer, no. What is the basis for your statement that Donald Trump is a good friend of Jeffrey's? ? Virginia answers, Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is a good friend of his. Question, but you never observed them together. Answer, no, not that I can actually remember. I am not, off the top of my head, no. Question, when did Donald Trump flirt with you? Answer, he didn't. That's what's inaccurate. Question, did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's home? Answer, not that I can remember. On his island? No, not that I can remember. In New Mexico? No, not that I can remember. In New York? Not that I can remember. How much do you really know about Howard Lutnick? You might be asking yourself, who is Howard Lutnick? Well, he's the man who stands like Grima Wormtongue behind Trump during all of his interviews about Epstein.
My lord, Gandalf the Grey is coming.
He didn't show up to work in the World Trade Center on 9/11. His business partner, Larry Silverstein, the guy who insured the towers right before they fell, he reportedly pocketed $25 million from the American Airlines settlement, and he lived right next door to Jeffrey Epstein. Grok, were Howard Lutnick and Jeffrey Epstein neighbors in Manhattan? Yes, Howard Lutnick and Jeffrey Epstein were neighbors in Manhattan. Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald and U.S. Secretary of Commerce, owned a townhouse at 11 71st Street, directly adjacent to Epstein's residence at 9 East 71st Street, known as the Herbert N. Strauss House. Real estate records indicate that Lutnick purchased the property in 1998 from the Comet Trust, which had acquired it in 1996 for an estimated $6.2 million. Prior to that, the property was linked to Epstein through SAM Conversion Corp., where Epstein was listed as vice president, and a trust where he was a trustee. The Commerce Department has stated that Lutnick and Epstein had no personal relationship, contact, or direct dealings.
But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible.
The next extremely interesting part of this Epstein network is the Terra-Mar project. As you can see here, was supported by the Clinton Global Initiative. The founder and president of Terra-Mar was none other than Ghislaine Maxwell. Some speculation was had if you turn Terra-Mar upside down, it looks similar to another symbol. On the board includes Stephen Haft, who, as a producer, his productions have garnered 7 Oscar nominations, 8 Emmy nominations, and a Peabody Award. He served as Chief Strategy Officer at the Interactive Marketing Group of AOL. He was a 15-year career in politics, law, and public policy. Another member of this board is Amir Dosal. Amir Dosal is a 25-year veteran of the United Nations and was the UN's chief liaison for partnerships. As executive director of the UN Office for Partnerships, he managed the $1 billion gift by media mogul Ted Turner and forged strategic alliances to address the Millennium Development Goals. Among the strongest relationships is with an organization named Global Partnership Forum. Its CEO is also a former UN Chief Liaison for Partnerships, Amir Dosal. Ghislaine Maxwell was even introduced as a dear friend by Amir Dosal. Stuart Beck was on the board of Terra-Mar, and so was Scott Borgeson. Dr. Scott Borgeson is the CEO of Cargo Metrics, a global macro and quantitative investment manager. Prior to co-founding Cargo Metrics, Scott was a fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, the CFR. A former Coast Guard officer, he also served as a ship navigator, patrol boat captain, an assistant professor at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, and the founding managing director of the Academy's Institute for Leadership. Scott has testified for a number of congressional committees, and as op-eds and articles have appeared in the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, The Atlantic, and Foreign Affairs, among other publications. Scott earned a BS from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy as well as MALD and PhD degrees from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. He serves on the board of the Terra-Mar Project, the Arctic Circle, the Costas Homeland Security Institute, Catalyst Maritime, and Institute for Global Maritime Studies, and he is a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. Terra-Mar's project was primarily aimed at promoting digital online awareness. The New York Post described the organization as a do-nothing charity founded by Maxwell. Observing the limited amount of information pertaining to the charity, we can determine that the organization was connected to the Clinton Global Initiative, as well as organizations linked to Richard Branson. Organizations are loosely connected through a wide range of partnerships with other environmental and marine conservation NGOs. Sustainable Oceans Alliance is a consortium of NGOs that work to protect and clean up the world's oceans. According to the company's official documents, the Terra-Mar UK trustees were listed as Ghislaine Maxwell, Lucy Clive, a contact in Epstein's Black Book, Catherine Von Edwards, another contact in Epstein's Black Book, President Ghislaine Maxwell, Vice President Director Larry Cohen, Treasurer Director Ariadne Calvo Platero, Secretary Director Dana Burns, Director Katie Von Edwards. The company made one loan to Ghislaine Maxwell, the officer, for $283,000. See, according to the official company documents for Terramar Project Incorporated, the names of the officers, directors, trustees, and key employees are Ghislaine Maxwell, president; Ariadne Calvo Platero, secretary; Stephen Haft, director; Scott Borgeson, director; Amir Dosal, director; Stuart Beck, director. Look at one of the individuals, Stephen Haft. He's board of directors of Terramar. He's a former Time Warner executive. He went to the Harvard Business School Executive Education in 2015. Advisory Board Global Partnerships Forum. Board member Brooklyn Navy Yard Corporation by Mayor Bloomberg. The Israel Dealmakers Summit, and connected to Consensus. The Israel Dealmaker Summit is the largest and most prestigious annual event in the Israeli tech industry. Event sponsors include Israel Startup Central, MITRE's Israel leading law firm, NASDAQ, Lockheed Martin, General Electric, Deloitte, and El Al Israeli Airlines, just to name a few. Stephen Haft was a speaker at the 2019 Israel Dealmakers Summit. Stephen Haft, the director of Terramar, was at a fundraiser at the home of Tony Podesta, along with another person named James Alefantis. HRC fundraiser at the home of Tony Podesta. In 2016, WikiLeaks released the emails of Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta. Some of the leak's most controversial discoveries involved a D.C. restaurant owner named James Alefantis. His outsized influence in D.C. and the nature of his relationship with the Podesta brothers, John and Tony, it soon became the center of a DIY online investigation now known as Pie Fence. John's brother Tony, then head of the lobbying firm the Podesta Group, was also an organizer and donor to Hillary Clinton's super PAC, Hillary for America. In this email, John Podesta is invited to a dinner and Hillary for America fundraiser at his brother's D.C. residence. The fundraiser featured local celebrity chefs, including James Alefantis from Comet Ping Pong, a variety of Washington socialites, including Stephen Haft. Here's a picture of the event. The people who attended this had to donate a minimum of $2,700 each to the HRC. Another of Terramar's board members appears to have some sort of connections with intelligence. His freight tracking business, Cargo Metrics, boasts Eric Schmidt as an investor in the company. Allegedly, Scott Borgeson was married to Ghislaine Maxwell and broke up with her via prison phone after she was arrested. There were rumors that Ghislaine Maxwell was spotted at his mansion in Manchester by the Sea when she was a fugitive of the law. So who is Scott Borgeson? He was the chief executive of Cargo Metrics, a Boston-based data analytics company for maritime trade and shipping that he founded in 2010. The company was valued at $100 million last year, but the 44-year-old recently resigned, explaining in a statement that it was to ensure his presence would not become a distraction from the work he believes in so deeply. He reportedly lives in a sprawling 2.3 million pound oceanfront mansion in Massachusetts, more than 1,000 miles from rural Missouri, where he grew up. The son of a Marine infantry official and a languages teacher, Borgeson once said in a profile interview he considered becoming a priest, but later chose to attend the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. He went on to earn a master's in law and diplomacy from Tufts University, before teaching history at the Coast Guard Academy. According to the documentary Epstein's Shadow, he was very connected to the Trump administration. According to the New York Times, in 2007, Borgeson became a fellow in residence at the Council on Foreign Relations think tank in 2007, writing about oceanic issues. Philanthropist David Rockefeller and former Bill Clinton Secretary Robert Rubin are among the think tank's former officers and directors. Big tech with access to critical infrastructure. That's what Scott Borgeson was involved in. His company website describes one of their patents as such. The 2016 U.S. patent is for an invention that provides a global strategic picture of the commodity movements generated by tracking ships from satellite and other sources and then combining ship location and movement information with at least one other dataset, such as vessel, port, cargo, weather, or market data, along with a time history of those datasets. This passage alone is quite intriguing, as if a company or organization was involved in tracking ship movement in real time by satellite, it would be a great advantage to smugglers and evading authorities. Cargometrics, some very big names have backed the company. One of Cargometrics' investors is Eric Schmidt, former CEO and executive chairman of Google. Other marquee investors include Howard Morgan, co-founder of Quaint Investing, Giant Renaissance Technologies, famed hedge fund manager Paul Tudor Jones, Israeli shipping magnate Edan Ofer, shipping services leader Clarkson plc, and Maersk Tankers. Another member of the board was Stuart Beck, Palau ambassador to the United Nations, Harvard's Hasty Pudding Club. Although an American, Stuart Beck served as Palau's UN ambassador for 10 years. On at least one occasion, Epstein made a donation of $50,000 to Harvard Hasty Pudding Club in 2018 via his non-profit Gratitude for America Ltd. Stuart Beck passed away in 2016. Mir Dosal, another member of the Terramar board, also a part of the Global Partnership Forum, UN Partnerships, the Clinton Global Initiative Speaker, and the Humpty Dumpty Institute. Yes, you heard that correct. The Humpty Dumpty Institute. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, is also a board member at Humpty Dumpty Institute. Jeffrey Epstein, along with MC2 Models CEO John Luc-Brunel, housed and paid for the rent of hundreds of young models at an apartment on 66th Street in Manhattan. Mark Epstein owns all of the apartments at the 301 East 66th Street address. That's right, Mark Epstein, the brother of Jeffrey Epstein, which was obviously a hard one for the authorities to miss. In 1976, Mr. Epstein founded the Ismo Family of Companies Incorporated, a silkscreen printing company serving the advertising and fine arts communities. Over the next 21 years, Ismo became one of the most versatile silkscreening printing companies in New York. Man who could inherit Jeffrey Epstein's millions. The unexplained wealth of artist turned real estate magnate Mark Epstein, the deceased sex offender's younger brother, is likely to come under further scrutiny by the feds, except it didn't at all. In fact, it came under such little scrutiny that Jeffrey Epstein's estate got a $112 million tax refund. The estate's assets have swelled to $145 million. A probate court filing in the U.S. Virgin Islands shows much of that won't make its way to Mr. Epstein's victims. Who will it go to? Looks like Mark Epstein, actually. This brings us to the company Aviloop, which has this YouTube channel, and this company, as far as I can tell, is still in operation today, and it's run by none other than... Aviloop was founded by a female pilot, Nadia Marchenkova, the same Nadia Marchenkova that was a pilot for Jeffrey Epstein. She's one of the main conspirators that helped Jeffrey Epstein recruit underage girls and then traffic them around by being the pilot for him, and that's all after she was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's at the age of 14. Now she's running this company, Aviloop. States her career evolved from marketing through high fashion modeling to aviation. When Nadia was ready for longer runways, she became an aerobatic pilot, licensed flight instructor, an airline transport pilot, rated on multiple Gulfstream and Boeing aircraft. During her career in aviation, Nadia developed a thorough understanding of the industry and its demands. Since 2011, she has been sharing her expertise, her consulting work at Aviloop. Aviloop's business records show that the company is run out of an apartment complex located at 301 East 66th Street, owned by Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. This company, Aviloop, has some very strange videos up on their YouTube channel of very young women in what looks like Halloween pilots costumes. It's very, very strange, and I've archived the videos into this documentary so you can see them for yourself and make up your own mind, but these are very, very strange videos for a flight training company.
Hi, welcome to Cole's Flight School on Aviloop.com. My name is Ashley and I'm your deal attendant. Anyone who claims that humans were not meant to fly never experienced the thrill of their own successful landing. If you've been bitten by the flying bug and you want to add multi-engine to your pretty green license, this is your opportunity to do it at 50% off. You don't see that very often. Today's deal includes all the necessary ground school and 15 hours of multi-engine flight training. Get ready to fly big boy airplanes. To purchase this deal, you must hold at least a private pilot license and a current medical certificate. Don't miss out and click on that big blue button. You know you want to.
On the deed for Aviloop, 9 East 71st Street Corp. listed as its address, Unit 10F at 301 East 66th Street. Both the unit and the building records show belong to 301-66 Owners Corp., an affiliate of OSA Properties, the real estate company belonging to Mark Epstein.
Welcome to Aviloop, your collective buying website for anything aviation. We offer deals on flight lessons, pilot accessories, fuel, FBO services, charter flights, and even small aircraft. Our deals are usually 50 to 90% off. That means whether you want to learn to fly, charter an airplane, or just see more girls like me, Aviloop can help. You can even vote for your favorite deal attendant and win special prizes. Our membership is completely free, our deals are unbeatable, and there is no catch. So what are you waiting for, Captain? Subscribe to our newsletter and get in the loop.
Hi, welcome to Classic Flight Training on Aviloop.com. My name is Claire, and I'm your deal attendant. With today's deal, you can channel your inner Top Gun, climb into the cockpit, and learn to fly an airplane. You can even practice saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking." The flight lasts 1 hour under the supervision of an FAA instructor, begins with a ground school lesson, and ends with a new perspective on what you were born to do. And remember Top Gun? Clearly your attractiveness increases with every flight under your belt. Just remember to wear your aviators and pick a cool call sign, Captain. Welcome to Aviloop, your collective buying website for anything aviation. We offer deals on flight lessons, pilot accessories, fuel, FBO services, charter flights, and even small aircraft. Our deals are usually 50 to 90% off. That means whether you want to learn to fly, charter an airplane, or to see more girls like me, Aviloop can help. You can even vote for your favorite deal attendant and win special prizes. Our membership is completely free. Our deals are unbeatable. And there's no catch. So what are you waiting for, Captain? Subscribe to our newsletter and get in the loop.
Now we need to discuss the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein and the raid on his properties and what the feds claim they found there. Prosecutors say federal agents investigating wealthy sex offender Jeffrey Epstein found nude photographs of what appeared to be underage girls while searching his Manhattan mansion. U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman said at a press conference Monday agents discovered the photos while executing a search warrant following Epstein's arrest Saturday on sex trafficking charges. One thing they found was this creepy statue of Jeffrey Epstein giving massages. A photo of Jeffrey Epstein kissing his alleged madam Ghislaine Maxwell was displayed prominently in his Florida mansion, according to a new trove of evidence that also provides an inside look at his creepy Manhattan townhouse. The cache of images, released as part of Maxwell's federal sex trafficking trial, reveal what the FBI agents and the NYPD discovered when they raided the dead pedophile's 7-story Upper East Side home in July 2019, around the time of his arrest. Special Agent Kelly McGuire testified Monday that her team forced entry into 9 East 71st Street on July 6, 2019 after no one answered the door, then swept through all 40 rooms, where creepy taxidermy animals and bizarre painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress were on display, the Post reported at the time. In an office near the front of the 19,000 square foot home, authorities uncovered several plastic bins that contained hard drives already covered in evidence tape, McGuire told the court. As you sit here today, do you have personal knowledge of why there was evidence tape on these boxes? Assistant U.S. Attorney Allison Moe asked. No, McGuire replied. On the third floor, inside what looked like a dressing room, the agents found a safe stashed inside a closet, which they opened using a saw, McGuire told the jury. Safe contained jewelry, external hard drives, passports, lots of U.S. cash, and loose diamonds, the agent testified. There were also binders filled with CDs, but authorities had to get another warrant in order to seize them. When they returned the next day, however, all the items inside the safe had disappeared. McGuire said she recalled Richard Kahn, now the co-executor of Epstein's estate, and Kahn's attorney at the time, Andrew Tomback, and told them she had a warrant for the items. Roughly 30 minutes later, Kahn brought them all back in 2 suitcases, the agents testified. Court papers filed in Epstein's child sex trafficking case said some of the CDs contained kiddie porn, with, quote, handwritten labels including the following: young name plus name, Misk Nudes 1, and Girls Pics Nude. Also on the third floor, agents came across a massage room with heavy pink curtains and a massage table covered in a blanket and a white sheet. More CDs were found inside a room on the 5th floor in the bottom of a drawer of a dresser. In the same room, agents discovered a cache of labeled black binders filled with pages of thumbnail photographs that corresponded to the CDs. Prosecutors said the vast trove of lewd photographs was part of the devastating evidence against Epstein. The effort to crack the heavy-duty safe produced so much smoke that a window had to be opened, prompting a 911 call that sent firefighters racing to the scene around 4:30 a.m. Sunday, the source said. The raid turned up at least hundreds, perhaps thousands, of sexually suggestive photographs of fully or partially nude females, kept by the unmarried financier, court papers said. Some of the photos appear to be of underage girls, including at least one girl who, according to her counsel, was underage at the time the relevant photographs were taken, according to the Manhattan federal court filing. So in the photos, several images on the wall of the massage room are blacked out for some reason. It's a picture of Epstein's Palm Beach office, and once again, a lot of the photos have been blacked out. There's a closer-up look at the bookshelf in his office.
And, looks like somebody's home, at least. There looks like there's some construction going on here of some kind already. This place is set for demolishment, but obviously it looks like they've just begun in whatever took place here. They've started the cover-up. Soon they're going to demolish this place. And I'll just have you note, there's a camera here at this entrance. There's also another camera. If I take a look over here, at every entrance. So like, see, there's another one looking right at me. And then if I go to the other one over there, there's another camera. So like every car that's come in and out of this place must be on camera, right?
Seen had a lot of photos of himself and his property with famous people. In these pictures here, you can see he's photographed with Pope John Paul II, Mick Jagger, Elon Musk, and Fidel Castro. Also in the photos were Larry Summers, former President Bill Clinton, and Richard Branson. You can see the camera above Jeffrey Epstein's bed in his mansion, and the entire property was covered in surveillance equipment. For example, a second camera can be seen in an adjoining room. This was Jeffrey Epstein's jet known as the Lolita Express. This image is from inside Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express. You can see the Lolita Express was outfitted with multiple beds. Here's one of the other beds from the images. Another one of the oddities of the Jeffrey Epstein mansions is the dental chair that was in there, a fully functional dental chair. And the only explanation people have come up with this is one of his girlfriends had a dental license, but the girlfriend they're referencing did not move in until 2009, and the dentist chair photos are from 2005, 4 years before. So in the comments, why do you think Jeffrey Epstein had a dental chair? Another one of the interesting things Jeffrey Epstein was up to towards the end was he purchased a second island next to Little St. James called Great St. James. Epstein's primary residence is on Little St. James, an island off the coast of St. Thomas. Last year he purchased a second larger island, Great St. James, where he's been clearing land in preparation for building. Great St. James is much larger than Little St. James, and it's much closer to St. Thomas. One of the rumors was that Jeffrey Epstein was going to build the first casino in the Caribbean islands on Great St. James Island and do a multi-billion-dollar development of the much larger island. Of course, that never happened because the FBI raided the island along with the NYPD, and then they literally covered things up, as you can see them doing here, blocking the window so that we can't see what they're up to, covering things up. And then they sold the island, of course, after a very small amount of time to a financier who buys Jeffrey Epstein's private islands with plans to create a resort. I mean, who wouldn't want to go to a resort on Jeffrey Epstein's private island? Well, it was bought by a capital management firm called Black Diamond. And yes, I know immediately you're thinking, skiing? Fun, yes. Or also, Black Cube. That sounds a lot like Black Diamond. Or Black Rock. The Black Cube of Saturn just keeps popping up randomly. Let's take a look at the team, and the financier who bought this was Stephen Deckoff, who now owns both of Jeffrey Epstein's islands, and the rest of his team here. And there's one thing that I noticed taking a look at their backgrounds. Let's see if you can pick up on the pattern. Prior to the founding of Black Diamond, Mr. Deckoff worked at Bear Stearns. Mr. Nahas joined J.P. Morgan Partners, where he led a 20-person department responsible for overall product and investment. Mr. Walker began his career in investment banking at Kidder, Peabody, and Bear Stearns. Jeffrey Epstein worked at the investment bank Bear Stearns from 1976 to 1981. Are you catching on to the pattern here? Let me help you with it some more. That would be J.P. Morgan Chase, who was financing Jeffrey Epstein. Virgin Islands sues J.P. Morgan for facilitating the Epstein abuse. The U.S. Virgin Islands is suing J.P. Morgan Chase & Company for turning a blind eye to the former client Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking on his private island. USVI Attorney General Denise George said her suit filed Tuesday in Manhattan Federal Court was part of an ongoing effort to hold accountable those who facilitated Epstein's activities. Epstein brought many of his victims to his villa on Little St. James, the private island he owned. Quote, human trafficking was the principal business of the accounts Epstein maintained at J.P. Morgan, the USVI complaint states. J.P. Morgan declined to comment. According to the suit, J.P. Morgan concealed wire and cash transactions that raised suspicion of a criminal enterprise whose currency was sexual servitude of women and girls in the Virgin Islands. George also claims J.P. Morgan's willingness to do business with Epstein unfairly enriched it at the expense of other banks. George said in her suit that her office conducted an investigation into Epstein's activities and presented the findings to J.P. Morgan in September. According to the complaint, the USVI probe found that the bank pulled the levers through which recruiters and victims were paid and was indispensable to the operation of Epstein's trafficking enterprise. earlier this year, Epstein's estate reached a $105 million settlement with the Virgin Islands after the U.S. territory filed racketeering claims against it. Another bank that facilitated transactions and allowed this to go on without facing any actual repercussions was Deutsche Bank, which settles over ignored red flags on Jeffrey Epstein. The German leader repeatedly overlooked suspicious transactions, including payments to people a New York regulator described as his co-conspirators. Payments to his alleged co-conspirators, money wired to Russian models, a cash withdrawal of $100,000 for tips and household expenses. When Jeffrey Epstein moved his money, Deutsche Bank didn't ask many questions. In a $150 million settlement to be announced on Tuesday, the New York Department of Financial Services said that Epstein, a convicted sex offender, engaged in suspicious transactions for years, even though Deutsche Bank had deemed him a high-risk client from the moment he became a customer in 2013. Despite knowing Mr. Epstein's terrible criminal history, the bank inexcusably failed to detect or prevent millions of dollars of suspicious transactions, Linda A. Lacewell, the department superintendent, said in a statement. But of course, no one at any of these banks was ever actually held accountable. No one was arrested. All they faced was some fines, and considering they were willing to settle, I'm sure the bankers still made a profit on Jeffrey Epstein even after paying out a $150 million settlement. So who were the clientele of Jeffrey Epstein? Well, we have clues to that by what was found and things like the blacklist. Images like this. Mr. Epstein's office displayed a photo of him with Saudi Arabia's crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman. Next to that was a framed dollar bill signed by Bill Gates, possibly as payment of a bet. I was wrong, the Microsoft co-founder wrote over George Washington's face. Many people, including the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, have requested accountability for what is known as the Epstein Client list. But of course, according to the authorities, there is no Epstein Client list, and Epstein didn't even blackmail anybody. The U.S. Department of Justice and FBI have concluded that there is no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in blackmail or maintained a client list for such purposes. A two-page memo released in July 2025 detailed an exhaustive review of Epstein-related files, including databases, hard drives, and physical records, and found no incriminating list or evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. The memo also stated that no evidence was uncovered to justify investigating uncharged third parties. So you remember these clowns holding up these Epstein files? Well, their massive investigation found no wrongdoing of anyone other than, of course, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who were convicted of sex trafficking minors to nobody. There was no client list. Here's the official announcement of that. As part of our commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and FBI have conducted an exhaustive review of investigative holdings relating to Jeffrey Epstein. And they conclude at the bottom of this, the systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. In other words, they're not going after anyone else. They've gotten the bad guy, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's it. So don't worry when this clown that also tells you Pie Fence was fake tells you that the DOJ and the FBI found no credible evidence of any client list for Epstein. Of course, court transcripts don't exactly match up with that, as we have victims of Jeffrey Epstein testifying. Do you know how old you were? Answer, no. Other than Glenn Dubin, redacted name, Prince Andrew, John Luc-Brunel, Bill Richardson, another prince, the large hotel chain owner, and Marvin Minsky, is there anyone else that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to go have sex with? Answer: I'm definitely sure there is, but can I remember everyone's name? No. Okay, can you remember anything else about them? Answer: look, I've given you what I know right now. I'm sorry. This is very hard for me and very frustrating to have to go over this. I don't recall all of the people. There was a large amount of people that I was sent to. Of course, that victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Giuffre, has died of an untimely death recently, and some people think it's rather suspicious, but her testimony no longer matters because she's no longer here.
I was trafficked to other billionaires. I was trafficked to politicians, professors, even royalty. It was the elite of the world. It was the people who run the world. It was the most powerful people in the world.
Why do you think Epstein did that to you?
He used me as a form of blackmail. So, these people would owe him favors. So he wanted to always have something on someone just in case he needed it.
So a single name is redacted in this list of individuals who Ghislaine Maxwell directed underage girls to go have sex with. We have the other names, yet according to the DOJ and the FBI, there are no other names, even though they've already been identified in court documents. And the government is being so transparent, they're still hiding one of the names.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
So J.D. Vance, protege of Peter Thiel, once said that we should release the Epstein Client list, but then something happened, and he changed his opinion to the following.
Jeffrey Epstein, now that you're in power, you say that there is no client list. Why do you think it is that so many of your own supporters don't believe you?
Well, I think what the president has said, first of all, is he's told the Department of Justice to do full transparency here, to release what we have, to release the credible information. And I think you saw Todd Blanche just a couple of days ago actually release the 9-hour transcript of interview that he did with Ghislaine Maxwell. What the president has also said is that we've got a whole host of things that we can focus on. You can both order the Department of Justice to do full transparency. You can also ask the Department of Justice to enforce the law. You can also ask the National Guard to make sure that DC's streets are safe. You don't have to do one of these things or the other. So I don't think that it's a distraction, especially when I think the president has ordered the administration to be more transparent about this than any other issue. Now, yes, I'm certainly aware that there are folks, even some of our own supporters, who have criticized the response of the president of the Department of Justice. But I think if you look at this in full and you give this the proper amount of time, what you're going to find is that the administration has been far more open and transparent about this issue and many others than any other administration. We have to remember this entire thing happened. This entire story blew up during the Biden administration. The Biden administration had 4 years to release this information. They did absolutely nothing. The president has actually directed his Department of Justice to release whatever information that we can and also to go further. I mean, to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell for 9 hours to see if there are any other leads that we can uncover to actually identify some crimes that we can prosecute. But again, as the president has always said, we're going to let the Department of Justice be driven by the facts and the law. We're not going to prosecute people just because other people want us to. We're only going to prosecute people if they committed a crime. That's true in the Epstein situation, and that's true in a lot of other issues as well. That's why the president's focus on credibility here and the real evidence.
Of course, in the past few days, some very interesting emails have been leaked to the internet regarding Jeffrey Epstein, Carbine 9/11, Ehud Barak, and Peter Thiel. The leaked emails show that Epstein was also interested in more mundane means of spying on and manipulating people, which overlapped with the technologies governments often pursue. This interest crossed borders. Barak's email inbox was quietly posted by Distributed Denial of Secrets, a website widely considered to be a successor to WikiLeaks, on a file-sharing platform for verified journalists and researchers in May 2025. The contents came from Handala, a hacker group named for a Palestinian cartoon character that has been leaking files taken from senior Israeli officials for several months. After his first arrest for sex crimes, Epstein tried to get into a new line of work, surveillance. In 2015, he partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in a security startup called Reporty Homeland Security, now known as Carbine. Leaked emails show that Epstein was using Barak to seek out opportunities in the surveillance industry and build connections with powerful figures around the globe, including American businessman Peter Thiel, the former director of Israeli signals intelligence, and 2 people in Russian President Vladimir Putin's circle. Although emails were posted without technical metadata or cryptographic signatures that allow their authenticity to be verified, they include dozens of images, videos, voice recordings, and scanned documents from Barak and his friends and family that have never been published elsewhere. And they include information that was not publicly known at the time of the email leaks, including a reference to Epstein's birthday book. The emails below, which have not been published elsewhere, paint a picture of Epstein as a man very eager to be at the nexus between private money and public surveillance. While they were hammering out the Reporty investment, Epstein invited Barak to come to a meeting with Thiel, co-founder of PayPal, and the surveillance contract Palantir. In May 2014, although Barak couldn't make that meeting, Epstein insisted that Barak spend real time with Peter Thiel and offered to set up a dinner the following month. From Ehud Barak, Jeff, thanks. Peter Thiel could be very interesting, but I'm flying to Europe blank next time. Best, Ehud Barak. Jeffrey Epstein wrote, I have Peter Thiel on the 19th in New York, if you like, as well as the former president of the Maldives. Peter Thiel can come to dinner on the 9th. Can you stay until then? Barak wrote to a different business associate a few days later, without mentioning Epstein's role, that he and Thiel would have a first date and probably spend it talking just geopolitics, with an unnamed third person. In that email, Barak added that he had met Thiel once before in Davos, Switzerland, but speculated that Thiel probably doesn't even recall it. It's not clear exactly what happened in that meeting. In February 2016, however, Epstein pitched Reporty to Valer Ventures, a fund co-founded by Thiel and 2 close partners. We'd love to hear more about Reporty. Are you in New York City in that near term, or would a phone call make more sense? Thanks for thinking of us, Jeffrey. Valor Ventures general partner Andrew McCormick wrote back. Jeffrey Epstein to Ehud Barak, I spoke to Sergey afterwards. He will help. I suggest you send him a note that states that you think Putin and his advisors would benefit from spending some time with Jeffrey to discuss markets, currency, and the financial system in the new world of zero interest rates, and that I am not political. He has to answer certain questions. Speak today. According to the Russian opposition news outlet Dossier Center, Epstein offered Belyakov advice working around U.S. economic sanctions against Russia. Senator Ron Wyden alleged in 2025 that the U.S. Treasury had files on Epstein's transactions and now sanctioned Russian banks adding up to hundreds of millions of dollars. An email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ehud Barak reads, I've been surprised how many corporations are looking for a new military-like perspective on management. I think that, as in the past, corporations were focused only on stockholders and maximizing profits. They are now focused on stakeholders, the community, the employees, the suppliers. Frankly, that is much more a military point of view. And the military needs to be more, I think he's trying to say, usually corporate here. Focus on cost benefits. Security is now a concern. Cybersecurity, of course. Security of their brand, their personal, and their information. I've been fortunate to shown opportunities to run major COS, and of course sit on their boards. I enjoy strategy and strategic planning, and at the same time am amazed by the rate of which technology has moved into the private sector. We of course had technological focus in Israel for many years, mostly computation. Now biology and its genetic advances are changing the landscape faster than most can imagine. I feel privileged to be able to contribute to some old methods to new industry. Barak writes back, Hi Jeff, thanks for these guidelines. Try to call later so we can discuss it further. Best, Ehud Barak. Epstein writes back, What are you doing nowadays? I'm trying to decide on the best way to serve. I've been asking to share my experiences with some very large corporation. that translate into running major organizations with many moving pieces, critical mission statements, formalized hierarchy. At the moment, large corporations are focused not only on the security of profits, but on the security of their cyber systems, personnel, and protecting themselves from attack. A corporation is not dissimilar from the defense forces, many moving pieces, divisions, organization chart, and the intelligence network that the military has used in the past to separate data from actionable info. Petie, a startup company focusing on overhauling 9/11 emergency dispatch technology, could bring Epstein into that world. One of its co-founders and directors was Pinchas Bukris, a former director of Unit 8200. Bukris told Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper that broke news of Epstein's involvement in 2019, that the investment was structured to conceal Epstein's role. Barak brought the money, and as far as I'm concerned, it's his. I don't know Epstein and haven't met him. Yet the emails show that Barak scheduled a virtual meeting with Epstein and Bukris together in December 2014 and told his lawyer to alter the terms of the investment based on Bukris' input. Subject, Reportee Homeland Security Limited, term sheet draft. Dear blank, PI, note the change, blank. This change was discussed by me with Jeff following a telco we both had with Pinchas Bukris. In April 2016, Barak asked Epstein to invest in Levitection, an electromagnetic imaging startup. Couldn't see a product, they don't have it yet, but they're leading experts on advanced radars, make sci-fi-like achievements in military products, Barak wrote, adding Levitection's staff were all veterans of Israeli weapons company Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. Emails also contain some tantalizing hints at Epstein's other international endeavors. Epstein told Barak about a business prospect he heard about from Britain's Prince Andrew, who recently had come under fire for his ties to an alleged Chinese spy. Jeffrey writes to Ehud Barak, wealthy Chines looking for start, personal protection, in Beijing, kidnapping has begun. EB writes back, where did you see it? Andrew, replies Epstein. The Prince? EB. Jeffrey Epstein writes back, yes. Barak did not respond to multiple requests for comment sent to his personal email, to his wife, to the lawyer who represented him in these business negotiations, and to the American speaker's agency that represents him now. Neither did McCormick, Vexelberg, Belyakov, Bukris, Carbine, the British Royal Court, or a spokesman for the Thiel Foundation. Quote, I saw a business opportunity, unquote, Barak told Haaretz in 2019. In a later interview with the Wall Street Journal, he called Epstein, quote, a terrible version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, who, at the time, seemed to be an intelligent person, socially well-connected, of wide areas of interest from science to geopolitics, and said he did not participate or know about any of Epstein's parties with women or girls. Thiel acknowledged to the Wall Street Journal in 2023 that he had met with Epstein more than once in 2014 for unnamed networking opportunities. The report did not mention Barak's involvement. Quote, I didn't think enough about what Epstein's agenda might have been, Thiel told the paper. At the very same time that Palantir is landing $10 billion Army contracts to integrate artificial intelligence into our DoD networks, Palantir is also being requested to do domestic mass surveillance and Pentagon targeting. The New York Times published a lengthy probe linking these deals to an executive order signed by U.S. President Donald Trump in March, calling for seamless mass sharing of data across government agencies through a Palantir application called Foundry. The report did not explain to readers how Palantir emerged as a small startup thanks to sponsorship from the CIA's venture capital wing, InQtel, which gifted Peter Thiel's company $2 million in 2004. Instead, the paper leaned into a partisan angle playing on Democratic fears that Trump could abuse a unified database to target political foes. Whereas the focus of this should be is how a group of people connected to Epstein's Island, intelligence agencies, and the banking institutions are connected to Palantir and mass surveillance of American citizens in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Of course, all these ties to intelligence agencies and to surveillance equipment have nothing to do with what Epstein was actually up to, according to the DOJ and the FBI, which recently has come out with the statement, the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI have concluded that there is no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in blackmail or maintained a client list for such purposes. A two-page memo released in July 2025 detailed an exhaustive review of Epstein-related files, including databases, hard drives, and physical records, and found no incriminating list or evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. The memo also stated that no evidence was uncovered to justify investigating third parties. So the government is trying to tell you that Jeffrey Epstein was a lone bad guy individual, and all of this was just done to serve his pleasures, even though all of the transcripts, all of the victims, and all of the evidence point in the other direction. Nearly 200 pages of documents contain details of Epstein's crime, including first-hand accounts from victims and specifics about payoffs to underage victims. When prosecutors made that deal, they knew he had sexually assaulted teenage girls 2 years before, according to the transcripts. Monday, Circuit Judge Luis Delgado ordered the 16-year-old documents released, writing that details in the record will be outrageous to decent people. The testimony taken by grand jury concerns activity ranging from grossly unacceptable to rape. All of the conduct at issue is sexually deviant, disgusting, and criminal. Referring to Epstein as the most infamous pedophile in American history, the judge added that the state's leniency in the case been subject of much anger and has at times diminished the public's perception of the criminal justice system. Epstein is indeed notorious and infamous and is widely reported to have flaunted his wealth while cavorting with politicians, billionaires, and even British royalty, he continued. It is understandable that given those reports, the public has great curiosity what was widely reported by news agencies as special treatment regarding his prosecution. As part of the investigation, the Herald was able to identify nearly 80 girls who were molested by Epstein. 4 of the victims, now in their late 20s and early 30s, spoke on video about how they were traumatized first by Epstein, then by his lawyers and private investigators, and finally by prosecutors themselves, who deposed of the case without telling them. One of the victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, said that she was forced by Epstein and Maxwell to have sex with a number of wealthy and powerful politicians, academics, and government leaders, including Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. She has never named the other men, largely because she's been afraid, her lawyer said. And we're about to get into the client list that we know of, and Dershowitz is on that, yet even Dershowitz, who is named in the clientele list by many people, has come out and said the government is hiding information about the client list.
I know for a fact documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything.
So people have been calling for the Epstein client list to be released, and I highly doubt that'll ever happen. However, we do have the Little Black Book and the flight logs. Many people are calling for the release of the Epstein list. Many high-profile people, even people connected to the list, such as Elon Musk, have been calling for the release of the Epstein list. And there's a reason why it's never going to be released, as was exposed in the Australian 60 Minutes. It's because the highest levels of the government and intelligence agencies have shut down any investigation into Epstein Island.
Will that ever come out, do you think? You know, I think part of why Kamala is getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Gates.
And Gates.
Yeah.
So you believe that there was a conspiracy at play here?
Oh, absolutely.
What is your view of authorities signing up to that? That they're happy to protect a perpetrator at the cost of the victims. They won't even tell the victims what's going on.
It was astonishing at the time, but I know for a fact that the directive to shut it down came from the highest levels from D.C.
The Epstein client list has been a subject of much debate. However, we do have basically a Epstein client list thanks to the Black Book and the flight logs that are now public knowledge. So we won't be going through every name in this documentary in those two lists or any of the other lists that we have of these people. However, it's important to note that we do know who these people are.
Epstein had a dark and insatiable sexual appetite for young girls, an obsession he shared with like-minded wealthy and powerful friends.
The people that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein included some of the richest and most politically powerful people in the world.
You'll hear that a lot. The richest and most powerful people in the world, but they won't actually go into the details of what the names are. However, this is not one of those types of documentaries. In this documentary, we name names.
Sit ground on the shore with these satanic pedophiles, with Bill Gates and Prince Andrew, some billionaires and their wives, the movie stars, and the rest lost here on Billionaires Isle.
So one of the more interesting things that took place with the flight logs was near tracking data was assembled on people visiting Epstein's island, and Wired did a very interesting breakdown of this information.
These red dots on the map represent some of the 11,279 coordinates I obtained. They were left exposed online by a location data broker with ties to the Defense Department called Near Intelligence. Between 2016 and Epstein's final arrest in 2019, Near collected data on more than 200 cell phones that visited the island. We don't know why they did that or which client or prospective client of Near decided to query the data in this way to produce the maps. But the maps you'll see in this video show where visitors to Epstein Island spent most of their time.
I don't know why, but billionaires obviously have some of the poorest OPSEC on planet Earth. This was clearly a mess up with them leaving their cell phones on to be captured by Near data.
The maps of the data collected by Near, and which we at Wired recreated here, indicate the most visited spots on the island. From the main house here with the pool, to the beaches and the large sundial, it's all on display, including the enigmatic Hilltop Temple site over here, which has been the focal point in speculations about Epstein's mysterious activities on the island. But the tracking of phones wasn't contained to Little St. James. Surveillance continued long after the visitors left. The data reveals the locations of visitors 30 minutes before and after arriving on the island, which shows us the exact routes everyone took to get there.
So if Wired.com is able to do this using Near data, why is the FBI so unable to bring to justice any of the members of the Epstein client list? Oh, that's right. They said there was no such thing. Yet we are literally looking at the notable passengers from the flight logs list right now as I'm talking.
It's worth noting that the data reveals a regular flow of traffic to and from Little St. James between 2016 and 2019. A lot of people were visiting the island even after Epstein had pleaded guilty in 2008 and served jail time for procuring a minor for prostitution. If we keep following the data trail and we widen our view, we'll see that the tracking of visitors continues once they have left the island and presumably gone back home. The Near Intelligence data we uncovered pinpoints 166 locations throughout the United States in 80 cities across 26 states. Topping the list were Florida, Massachusetts, Texas, Michigan, and New York. The data points are labeled as common evening locations or common daytime locations, typically their homes or work. Many of the visitors were likely wealthy, as indicated by coordinates pointing to gated communities in Michigan, as well as homes in Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket in Massachusetts. We even have data points from a downtown Miami nightclub, and also the sidewalk across the street from Trump Tower in New York City.
Potentially the most important name on the potential client list would be that of Bill Gates. And from all the evidence that we can discern, it would seem that he would be one of the people that should be looked at more closely. You can see an image here at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion in 2011. From left, James E. Staley, at the time a senior J.P. Morgan executive, former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers, Mr. Epstein in the middle, Bill Gates, Microsoft's co-founder, and Boris Nikolek, who was Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation science advisor.
A number of reports, including in the New York Times, and you know where I'm going with this, about a handful of meetings, if not more, that you took with Jeffrey Epstein after he had been convicted as a sexual offender. And I know that you have said it was a mistake and that it was something that you wished you had not done in retrospect. But I'm curious now, with hindsight, since those stories came out, what you think the lesson of that was, and when you think about that as an experience and this credentializing idea.
Well, definitely, any people with a reputation spending time with him probably gave him an undeserved sense of, being back in the mainstream or not being a pariah. And so my doing that was a mistake. As I go about trying to raise money for global health, which, every extra $1,000 we raise for that cause saves one life. And so we are extremely resource limited. We can buy more bed nets, we can buy more vaccines. In that case, I made a mistaken judgment that I thought that those discussions would lead literally to billions of dollars going to global health. Turned out that was a bad judgment. That was a mirage. None of that money ever appeared. And I gave him some benefit by the association. So I made a doubly wrong mistake there.
Employees of Mr. Gates Foundation also paid multiple visits to Mr. Epstein's mansion. Mr. Epstein spoke with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and J.P. Morgan Chase about a proposed multi-billion-dollar charitable fund, an arrangement that he had potential to generate enormous fees for Mr. Epstein. Quote, his lifestyle is very different and kind of intriguing, although it would not work for me, unquote, Mr. Gates emailed colleagues in 2011 after his first get-together with Mr. Epstein. Bridget Arnold, a spokeswoman for Mr. Gates, said, quote, was referring only to the unique decor of the Epstein residence and Epstein's habit of spontaneously bringing acquaintances in to meet Mr. Gates. Two members of Mr. Gates' inner circle, Boris Nikolek and Melanie Walker, were close to Mr. Epstein and at times functioned as intermediaries between the two men. Miss Walker met Mr. Epstein in 1992, 6 months after graduating from the University of Texas. Mr. Epstein was an advisor to Mr. Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secret, told Miss Walker that he could land her an audition for a modeling job there, according to Miss Walker. She later traveled to New York and stayed in a Manhattan apartment building that Mr. Epstein owned. After she graduated from medical school, she said Mr. Epstein hired her as a science advisor in 1998. Miss Walker later met Steven Sinofsky, a senior executive at Microsoft who became president of its Windows division, and moved to Seattle to be with him. In 2006, she joined the Gates Foundation with the title of Senior Program Officer. Foundation, Miss Walker met and befriended Mr. Nikolek, a native of what is now Croatia and former fellow at Harvard Medical School, who was Foundation's science advisor. Mr. Nikolek and Mr. Gates frequently traveled and socialized together. Miss Walker, who had remained in close touch with Mr. Epstein, introduced him to Mr. Nikolek, and the men became friendly. Mr. Epstein and Mr. Gates first met face-to-face on the evening of January 31st, 2011, at Mr. Epstein's townhouse on the Upper East Side. They were joined by Dr. Eva Anderson Dubin, a former Miss Sweden, who Mr. Epstein once dated, and her 15-year-old daughter. Dr. Anderson Dubin's husband, the hedge fund billionaire Glenn Dubin, was a friend and business associate of Mr. Epstein's. The Dubins declined to comment. The gathering started at 8 and lasted several hours. According to Miss Arnold, Mr. Gates' spokeswoman, Mr. Epstein subsequently boasted about the meeting in emails to friends and associates. "Bill's great," he wrote in one, reviewed by the Times. Later that spring, on May 3, 2011, Mr. Gates again visited Mr. Epstein at his New York mansion, according to the emails about the meeting and photograph reviewed by the Times. The photo, taken in Mr. Epstein's marble-clad entrance hall, shows a beaming Mr. Epstein in blue and gold slippers and a fleece decorated with an American flag, flanked by luminaries. On his right, James E. Staley, at the time senior J.P. Morgan executive, former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers. On his left, Mr. Nicolak and Mr. Gates, smiling and wearing gray slacks and a navy sweater. Around that time, the Gates Foundation and J.P. Morgan were teaming up to create the Global Health Investment Fund. Its goal was to provide individual and institutional investors the opportunity to finance late-stage global health technologies that have potential to save millions of lives in low-income countries. As the details of the fund were being hammered out, Mr. Staley told his J.P. Morgan colleagues that Mr. Epstein wanted to be brought into the discussions. According to two people familiar with the talks, Mr. Epstein was an important J.P. Morgan customer holding millions of dollars in accounts at the bank and referring a procession of wealthy individuals to become clients of the company. Ms. Arnold said Mr. Gates and the foundation had been unaware that Mr. Epstein had been seeking any fee. She said Mr. Epstein, quote, did propose to Bill Gates and then foundation officials that he promised would unleash hundreds of billions for global health-related work, unquote. In late 2011, at Mr. Gates' instruction, the foundation sent a team to Mr. Epstein's townhouse to have a preliminary talk about philanthropic fundraising. According to three people who were there, Mr. Epstein told his guests that if they searched his name on the internet, they might conclude he was a bad person, but that what he had done, soliciting prostitution from an underage girl, was no worse than, quote, stealing a bagel, unquote, two of the people said. Flying to Florida, Mr. Gates and Mr. Epstein kept seeing each other. Miss Arnold would not say how many times the two had met. In March 2013, Mr. Gates flew on Mr. Epstein's Gulfstream plane from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey to Palm Beach, Florida. According to a flight manifest, Miss Arnold said Mr. Gates, who has his own $40 million jet, hadn't been aware it was Mr. Epstein's plane. 6 months later, Mr. Nicolak and Mr. Gates were in New York for a meeting related to Schrödinger, a pharmaceutical software company in which Mr. Gates had a large investment. On that trip, Mr. Epstein and Mr. Gates met for dinner and discussed the Gates Foundation and philanthropy, Miss Arnold said. And in October 2014, Mr. Gates donated $2 million to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Media Lab. University officials described the gift in internal emails as having been directed by Mr. Epstein, Miss Arnold said. There was no intention, no explicit ask for the funding to be controlled in any manner by Epstein. Soon after the relationship between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Gates appears to have cooled, the charitable fund that had been discussed with the Gates Foundation never materialized. Mr. Epstein complained to an acquaintance at the end of 2014 that Mr. Gates had stopped talking to him, according to a person familiar with the discussion. The relationship, however, wasn't entirely severed. At least two senior Gates Foundation officials maintained contacts with Mr. Epstein until late 2017, according to former Foundation employees. Days before Mr. Epstein hanged himself in a Manhattan jail cell on August 10th, he amended his will and named Mr. Nicolak as a fallback executor in the event that one of the primary executors was unable to serve. Mr. Nicolak has declined in court proceedings to serve as an executor. Mr. Nicolak, who is now running a venture capital firm with Mr. Gates as one of his investors, said he was, quote, shocked to be named in Mr. Epstein's will. He said in a statement to the Times, I deeply regret ever meeting Mr. Epstein.
Who this man was, and I regretted it from the second I stepped in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards. My God, I feel terrible for those young women. It was awful.
In a statement,
A MIT lab, previously funded in part by Jeffrey Epstein, hosted a panel where attendees openly discussed the idea of using, quote, child-sized sex robots, unquote, to treat pedophiles. The MIT Media Lab July 2016 conference on research questions without, quote, social and moral constraints, unquote, included a panel discussion arguing that pedophilia should not be seen as a, quote, moral failing, unquote, but rather a medical condition, and that the development of child-sized sex robots is an inevitability. A transcript and video of the event shows. Ethan Zuckerman, director at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Center for Civic Media, resigned from his position after learning about the extent to which the lab was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. On Tuesday, Zuckerman explained his decision to leave his position in a post on Medium. He called his logic simple, writing that the lab's violation of its own values made it difficult for him to conduct his work, which focuses on social justice and the inclusion of marginalized individuals and points of view. Epstein, a financier and convicted sex offender, had ties to several higher education institutions, including Harvard University and the University of Arizona. The schools, similarly to MIT, were criticized for accepting donations from Epstein. In July, Harvard told Newsweek it had no plans to return the $6.5 million it received in 2003. MIT Media Lab director Joe Ido, who met Epstein at a conference in 2013, invited him to the lab for fundraising efforts and issued an apology for bringing him into the MIT network. Over the years, Epstein's foundations donated to the lab, as well as Ido's funds that invest in technology startup companies outside of MIT. Also, strangely, this Epstein scandal is not the first CP scandal that Bill Gates finds himself in the midst of.
And tonight he's charged with having and trading a massive amount of child pornography. KIRO 7's Gary Horker is live near the Gates compound in Medina. And Gary, this man worked as an engineer for the family.
That's what SPD intelligence found out, Steve. They found out that the man actually worked for the Bill and Melinda Gates mansion on the grounds of their sprawling 66,000 square foot estate, and that's where they found him and questioned him last March. The estate is behind us right on the lakefront here, but this is a few blocks away, and it's as close as their security will allow us to get. But according to King County prosecutors, 51-year-old Rick Allen Jones was questioned by detectives about images of child porn and even child rape that were sent from Jones's home computer. Now, none of this alleged crime actually happened at the Gates mansion, but it was here that Rick Allen Jones admitted to detectives he collected child porn for about 10 years, sending images through his Gmail account. Now, while Jones was talking to detectives at the Gates estate, 3 more SPD detectives had a search warrant to search Jones's Ballard apartment. There, they say they found more than 6,000 images of graphic child porn and rape, 133 of which were children identified by police. We tried Jones's apartment for comment. We got no response. We also reached out to Bill and Melinda Gates' foundation, and we did not hear back. So, in fact, we do not know if he's been fired by the Gates' family. Another mystery into this is why Jones was never jailed or charged by these allegations up until now. The investigation started here at the Gates Foundation, the Gates Mansion, in March, and the criminal complaint, which I have right here, says he has to show up in court and face a judge in the coming days. So we're going to keep track of this. We're digging into the charges. We'll keep you posted on the latest. Live from the lakefront in Medina tonight, I'm Gary Horker, KIRO 7 Eyewitness News.
Bill Gates would appear on the flight manifest for Jeffrey Epstein flying on his Lolita Express in 2013.
Hi, everyone. Bill Gates here. I just want to get ahead of this story coming out soon, right? Epstein Island, me, diddling little kids. Let's pump the brakes on that one. I mean, come on, folks. I've never even been to that island. People mix me up with that Stephen Hawking guy all the time.
Hey, I'm not Bill Gates.
Total mix-up. Yeah, that's it. Definitely mistaken identity.
All jokes aside, the issue here is that The United States government relies heavily on Microsoft products and services for its daily operations, with Microsoft being the most important technology supplier to federal agencies, including the Pentagon, State Department, and FBI. This dependence extends across critical functions such as email, document management, and cybersecurity, with Microsoft providing essential tools like Office 365 Government, Windows 365 Government, and Power Automate US Government. These services are designed to meet stringent US government compliance requirements, including FedRAMP High, DFARS, ITAR, and CJI, ensuring data is stored within the United States and accessed only by screened Microsoft personnel. Yet, if the co-founder of this company is under the influence of a foreign blackmail operation, could that be in jeopardy? And the co-founder and owner of Microsoft has stuff like this in his background. Quote, "This is a $2 million gift from Bill Gates directed by Jeffrey Epstein," unquote. Should we be entrusting our government data to a company run by a person like Bill Gates? Are these ties to Jeffrey Epstein why you see the following types of headlines since March 2021? Microsoft reportedly seeking to invest over $1 billion in Israel. According to Globe's, tech giant CEO Satya Nadella earlier this month informed Netanyahu of expansion plans, including a new data center and chip research and development. U.S. tech giant Microsoft is reportedly planning to invest $1 billion to $1.5 billion in Israel through setting up a new data center locally and expanding its chip research and development activities. What this means is the technology developed at these R&D centers in Israel could be used to plant backdoors for access for the Israeli government into Microsoft systems at a hardware chip level. Microsoft to launch new cloud data center region in Israel. Microsoft's first cloud data center region in Israel. And you have to wonder, with so much of the government data now being stored in cloud data centers, how much of that is being exported to a foreign country, Israel? Establishing new data center regions entails significant investment of resources, and this announcement reinforces the continuous commitment of Microsoft to the Israeli market. The company started its journey in 1989 in Israel by opening a local branch. In 1991, Microsoft established its Israeli R&D Center, its first R&D center outside of the United States, one of the first major tech companies to do so in Israel. In addition, in 2020, will include another key investment in the local market with the launch of a new Microsoft Israel campus. Microsoft has deep engagement with the Israeli tech ecosystem. It operates business branch, an R&D center, a venture capital fund, and Microsoft for Startup programs. And more recently, Microsoft to double its R&D workforce in Israel. The company is looking to expand with offices in Tel Aviv, Herzliya, Beersheba, and Jerusalem. Microsoft doesn't just run the United States government, it's also tied into our critical infrastructure in the United States. It continues to rely on Windows operating systems, creating significant cybersecurity risks, as evidenced by recent threats like the Volt Typhoon campaign, which used living off the land techniques to target systems, including those in critical infrastructure sectors. This reliance persists despite the end-of-life status of older Windows versions and the known vulnerabilities in current ones, which attackers actively exploit. And if you've ever seen Mr. Robot, we know the main exploit for anything is humans, and hacking Bill Gates required an Epstein Island, which is what makes this so concerning because Windows is tied into so much of our critical infrastructure. And that's also detailed in reports by Brendan O'Connell and his exposure of the Talpiot program, which is detailed in some of these videos here.
Boeing uses all Windows-based computing, as does almost the entire corporate world, from the White House to the Pentagon to virology research labs. Come on, who talks about it? Well, not when there is flat Earth and 5G coronavirus to talk about. Microsoft Azure Cloud Computing, growing exponentially. Microsoft Office Cloud. That's all Microsoft Israel, under a former Israeli military intelligence officer, Asaf Rappaport, who recently retired in December 2019.
Azure Secret will allow us to provide solutions that are protecting some of the nation's most critical data assets in the cloud.
Azure Government Secret opens up a new marketplace that nobody's been able to get into and invest in.
Secret will enable us to take applications in legacy IT environments and start to move those into a much more scalable platform. This will be a great opportunity to really modernize services and make those more efficient and effective for our defense customers.
We can take Azure services into the secret realm that clients have been wanting access to.
Microsoft has edge capabilities available now and planning to be available in secret that are just game changers.
Now watch my channel. You will see Benjamin Netanyahu brag like you cannot believe.
Cyber is a real domain of power. It's a huge domain of power. We're definitely in the top 5 cyber powers in the world. I think it's safe to say we're not number 5. And I'd argue we're not number 4, and then from here on we can start arguing. Israel now is a cyber power, it's a water power, it's a water power, it's a water power, it's a solar power, it's an agricultural power, it's a milk power. Can you imagine? You know which cow produces most milk per cow in the world? You think it's a Dutch cow? It's a French cow? It's an American cow? Almost. It's an Israeli cow. It's a computerized cow. Every move is computerized. This makes Israel very powerful. This makes Israel very powerful. And as a result, having the military on one side and the civilian technology on the other produces the third element of our national strength, which is alliances. These are the same alliances, which is alliances. These are the same alliances that we see now developing in Asia, in the countries of Africa, in Latin America.
It was reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
You know, I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, you know, would give to global health, which is a interest I have. You know, not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. You know, that goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years, and that, in other words, a number of meetings. What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, you know, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so you know, in general, you always have to be careful. And you know, I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation. You know, that's what I get up every day and focus on. Well, he's dead, so you know, in general, you always have to be careful.
How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Because you're not in power, but you have all the power. I really need to understand how.
In the hours after the convicted sex offender was found dead inside his Manhattan jail cell back in 2019, Barr pledged to personally lead the investigation into his death. Well, now, 6 years later, lawmakers want to hear how that inquiry was actually carried out. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us now. And Katrina, thanks for being with us. I know this is something that you've been watching very carefully. What are some of the questions that lawmakers are really looking at getting answered here?
I mean, there are so many questions, and he actually seemed to answer one as he was leaving today. Reporters were shouting questions at him, and they said, "Do you still believe that Mr. Epstein died by suicide?" And he appeared to answer, "Yes, I do." But some other questions are, did they ever investigate any other theories of Epstein's death? Also, Barr personally watched 11 hours of surveillance footage from the Metropolitan Correctional Center. There's this missing minute. Attorney General Pam Bondi has said that there's a refresh that happens before midnight, but a high-level government source told CBS reporter Dan Rutnick that actually there is original footage with that minute. Did Bill Barr see that minute? What is on it? And then, of course, everyone wants to know, was there a client list? Has President Trump's name come up? Have other notable names come up? And today, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, stepped out and he said that Bill Barr had testified that there was nothing that would implicate President Donald Trump, that he had never seen a client list. But there are just so many questions here.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
CBS News has reviewed the tape, and this is what it shows. The primary entrance is here. The pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera, leaving ample room for someone to enter unseen. This is the last time Epstein is believed to have been seen on camera, but we don't see him walking up the stairs to his cell. Bongino also said none of this video was doctored. It was the original, raw footage from the camera.
We're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
But a review by multiple video forensic experts found several indications this may not be raw footage. For example, at 11:21 p.m., a cursor appears briefly, indicating the video may have actually been a recording of a computer screen. Experts told CBS News the video's metadata, which tracks how a file is created and changed, shows it's made from 2 clips edited together. Then, at 11:58 p.m., the video suddenly jumps to midnight, and the aspect ratio shifts. Here's U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
There was a minute that was off the counter, and what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999, so every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing, so we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night.
But a government source familiar with the probe told CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of a copy of the video that records with no interruption.
Sharon spoke to a forensic pathologist, Dr. Michael Baden, who was hired by Mark Epstein to investigate his brother's death.
It appears he had some kind of sleep apnea machine. You can see a long electrical cord.
Yes, there were other wires and cords present that it would have been easy to use to hang oneself within a few minutes.
But the key reason Dr. Baden thinks Jeffrey Epstein's death might be a homicide is because of the unusual fractures he saw in Epstein's neck.
There were fractures of the left, the right thyroid cartilage, and the left hyoid bone.
This is an autopsy photo of Epstein's broken hyoid bone, a U-shaped bone that sits under the jaw that part of the tongue attaches to. The thyroid cartilage sits at the front of the neck.
I have never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging.
So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You had to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you?
Next, we get into the story of Jeffrey Epstein's pilot, who has given testimony of some of the people he saw on board. Here is the pilot at the seat of Jeffrey Epstein's Gulfstream. Pilot Vysotsky revealed Donald Trump flew on Epstein's private plane. I certainly remember President Trump, but not many people associated with him, Vysotsky said, adding that Trump's flights happened before he was president. Vysotsky also confirmed that President Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Kevin Spacey were all aboard his flights. He added that he was asked to clean up after Clinton's flight, but did not elaborate. Verdal asked the pilot, former President Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's plane a few times in the 2000s. Vysotsky replied, yes, he did. Vysotsky also confirmed that Lesley Wexner, the founder of The Limited, which owns Victoria's Secret, was on planes that he flew. Wazowski said Maxwell was number 2 and that Epstein was big number 1 when asked about their relationship. When asked how many other assistants Epstein had in addition to Maxwell, he replied that there were many, identifying Maxwell's own assistants. He specifically named Sarah Kellen, who has been accused of playing a pivotal role in Epstein's empire, procuring girls, coaching them, and acting as a lieutenant to Maxwell. Wazowski was also asked to identify parts of Epstein's 10,000-acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico where airplanes were parked. Zorro Ranch, a 10,000-acre ranch owned by Jeffrey Epstein, complete with its own airstrip that was never searched. In the arid hills outside of Stanley, New Mexico, about 30 miles southeast of Santa Fe, sits one of the most mysterious and unsearched pieces of real estate in the United States, Zorro Ranch. Spanning over 10,000 acres, complete with a 26,000 square foot mansion, guest homes, stables, a private airstrip, a firehouse, and a rail line. This fortress of stone and secrecy was once owned by Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier and convicted sex offender at the center of the most notorious trafficking scandal in modern American history. First cries for help came long before Epstein's 2019 arrest. Maria Farmer, an artist briefly employed, reported abuse at Zorro Ranch all the way back in 1996. She and her younger sister, Annie, were flown there under the guise of an art commission. Once inside, Maria alleges she was sexually assaulted by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, while Annie, only 16, was groomed and assaulted shortly after arriving. Virginia Giuffre, Shantae Davies, Jane Doe, and others gave sworn testimony what went on behind the sandstone walls of Zorro Ranch, describing underage massages, nude photography, sexual abuse, and a recruitment operation that stretched across state lines. Jane Doe recounted being told by another girl at the ranch, quote, "No one gets in trouble for anything here," unquote. Then came perhaps the strangest revelation of all, Epstein's desire to, quote, "seed the human race with his DNA," unquote. He wanted to use Zorro Ranch as a eugenics lab, impregnating multiple women at once to leave behind a legacy of genetically superior offspring. Survivors described how Epstein spoke about this goal openly and believed he had the money and influence to make it happen. And yet, even after the FBI arrested him, after victims gave interviews, after hundreds of pages of documents were turned over, Zorro Ranch was never searched. While federal agents raided Epstein's mansions in Manhattan and the Virgin Islands, Zorro Ranch was left untouched. New Mexico's Attorney General Hector Balderas confirmed his office gathered documents and interviewed victims, but insisted their role was merely to refer evidence to federal prosecutors. Even more bizarre, New Mexico Land Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard attempted to access the state trust land inside the ranch boundaries and was denied. Staff were required to give advance notice. Access was restricted. Even public officials couldn't go in. Despite survivors detailing abuse there as early as the 1990s, despite photographic and testimonial references, despite 400-plus pages of internal lease documents showing misuse of state property, no state charges were ever filed, no warrant ever issued, and the public never given answers.
I get a call, I don't know, about 4 years ago. It's from, let's say, a friend, prior line of work thing, right? Guy says, listen, and this guy who calls me is an unimpeachable source. This guy's not like some ham and egg or tomato can guy throwing out some theory about a UFO he saw 72 years ago, whatever. This is like a legit, no-nonsense guy. Guy you trust with your, wife, kid, and car, right? He says, I got sent on a temporary assignment once. And on that assignment, I got sent out with on the WCD detail, William Clinton detail. And I knew this guy well. And he says, Dan, I got to share this with someone. He said, I go on a plane and Bill, Clinton gets on the plane with this guy. And it turns out later the guy's Epstein. Now, this guy I'm talking to, this source, he don't know who Jeffrey Epstein is. He's just getting on the plane doing the thing, the whole, protection gig, right? He says, I get on the plane, and there are these girls who are obviously not of age who are on this plane. They're clearly young. These are not women. These are girls. And he says, I see Clinton, like, disappear into the back he goes, I don't know what happened. I'm not saying what happened because all I know is he disappeared and these girls were back there or whatever. And he said they land at the next stop, wherever it was. And he goes up to the boss on the detail and he says, I ain't getting back on this plane. Because he's a temp. He's not used to like whatever Clinton was up to with the whole shenanigans thing. And this guy's clear as the driven snowman. He don't want to mess around with this. He says, whatever just happened back there, like, I don't want any piece of it. They sent him home. They sent that guy home. And he's never temped to that detail again. Now, remember, all those Blackberries on that detail. Here's where the story gets super weird. The guy tells me, months or a couple weeks later, when you lose property in the Secret Service, an email goes out. It'll say like, hey, I lost his phone. And it gets logged into NCIC or whatever it is. And everybody knows. So basically, if you find this guy's gun, God forbid, or his phone, it's now effectively stolen property, right? All of a sudden, all the Blackberries on that detail for the agents start showing up like, oh, this guy lost his Blackberry. Holy shit. Wow, that's so crazy. How'd that happen? I'm like, no. He says, yes. He says it was the craziest thing. Like, oh, look, Agent Joey Bag of Donuts, missing Blackberry. This is around the whole time, like the Clinton thing's going on. So fast forward this story, right? He tells me that. About a year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it. But, well, the short story, but not who they are. Says, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset, meaning his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who's a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, how do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Because, hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right?
One of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein in the court documents. Question: was Bill Clinton a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? Miss Menninger. Objection. Foundation. Question: let me back up. Do you know if Bill Clinton was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? Answer: I know he had dealings with Bill Clinton. I did not know they were friends until I read the Vanity Fair article about them going to Africa together. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Do you recall taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's house in New Mexico? Answer: yes. According to the flight logs that we have, which is not even close to how many actually exist, the ones that we have show that Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 26 times. Basically racking up frequent flyer miles on the Lolita Express. In a 2011 interview, Ms. Giuffre mentioned former President Bill Clinton's close personal relationship with defendant and Jeffrey Epstein. While Ms. Giuffre made no allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, Ms. Maxwell in her deposition raised Ms. Giuffre's comments about President Clinton as one of the obvious lies to which she was referring in her public statement that formed the basis of the suit. Apart from the defendant and Mr. Epstein, former President Clinton is a key person who can provide information about his close relationship with defendant and Mr. Epstein and disapprove of Ms. Maxwell's claims.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
Well, the evidence is clear, and the evidence is former President Bill Clinton took more flights aboard a jet belonging to a registered sex offender than previously thought, according to a Fox.com analysis of flight logs. The logs show Clinton took at least 26 flights, not 11 as first believed, aboard financier Epstein's Boeing 727 jet between 2001 and 2003. See what I mean about being a small amount of the flight manifest? It's only for 2 years, and in 2 years he took 26 flights. The former president took at least 5 of those flights without his Secret Service detail, FoxNews.com reported. Bill Clinton would invite and welcome Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell at the White House. It's another picture of Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. This is Shante Davies, one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. And this is Shante Davies with Jeffrey Epstein. She would be one of his victims and then later would help Jeffrey Epstein recruit girls for his network. Shante Davies posing with Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker's also on the Epstein Flight manifest. Here's Shante Davies posing with Bill Clinton. Here's Shante Davies giving Bill Clinton a massage in the airport while they wait to board the Lolita Express. Bill Clinton showing signs of relief as Shante Davies gives him a back massage in the airport.
My fellow Americans, today you may be waiting for the highly anticipated Epstein Client list to be released. So while I know you may see what appears to be my name on the list, I'd like to argue that I did not have sexual relations with those children on that island. Would it even count, though? It wasn't in the United States. Also, if you add up their ages, I'm sure it was above 18. Jeff told me since it was outside of the jurisdiction.
Bill, what the hell are you doing?
No, Hillary, I'm not confessing.
You idiot. Do I always have to clean up your mess?
What are you doing? What? No, wait. Please don't hurt the cameraman. He had nothing to do with this. No, Hillary, that was my friend. He wasn't a witness.
Some jokes just lighten up what is a very serious situation. Here we have Bill Clinton's special advisor and Jeffrey Epstein handler, who flew on Lolita Express, dies at age 59. Another Clinton advisor is dead. Mark Middleton, Bill Clinton's special advisor from Little Rock, Arkansas, who connected the former president to deceased pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, has died at age of 59 on Saturday. Middleton also flew on Epstein's Lolita Express numerous times, according to the Daily Mail. Cause of death was not disclosed. The Daily Mail reported, one of Bill Clinton's former special advisors who helped cement his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein has died at the age of 59, becoming the latest associate of the former president to die young. Mark Middleton's family said that he passed away on Saturday in a statement which did not reveal the cause of death. The father of two lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, and local law enforcement and the county coroner told DailyMail.com that they were not investigating the death and did not respond to it. Here's an image of Bill Clinton getting off the Lolita Express, posing with Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's an image of Ghislaine Maxwell in the background at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. You can see under Doug Bands, the office of William J. Clinton appears in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book with multiple contacts for Bill Clinton. Here's Bill Clinton on the Lolita Express smoking one of his infamous cigars. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton and his wife Hillary among high-profile figures to be sent legal summonses from a congressional committee investigating the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Republican James Comer, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, issued the subpoenas to the Clintons and 8 other individuals. Former attorneys General Merrick Garland, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, and Alberto Gonzalez were summoned, along with Jeff Sessions and William Barr, who both led the Justice Department during Trump's first term. Former FBI directors James Comey and Robert Mueller were also sent subpoenas. The Clinton administration predates the Epstein investigation, but the couple's critics have long questioned their relationship with Epstein. This is not the first time the Clintons have found themselves in association with people that have committed crimes against children. If you remember the Anthony Weiner situation from the past. There's also the connections with the Bronfman family. So you can see here, Hillary Clinton remembers Edgar M. Bronfman. The friendship between the Clintons and the Bronfman went beyond the political realm. During her presentation, Clinton thanked Bronfman for the friendship he had forged with her daughter Chelsea and her husband Mark Mizvinsky. Clinton closed by summing up Bronfman's mission and forcing the world to face up to an ugly past we can help shape a more honorable future. The evening also included a video presentation featuring Israeli President Shimon Peres, who praised the late Bronfman and thanked him for his persistence in the face of adversity. Following Clinton's remarks, Edgar Bronfman Jr. said his father undoubtedly regretted not living long enough to help Clinton with her future plans, hinting heavily at the 2016 presidential race. You can see Edgar Bronfman Jr. appears in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book in the upper left-hand page, on the same page as people such as John Luc-Brunel and Jimmy Buffett, and also Ron Burkle. Ron Burkle had another private jet similar to the Lolita Express, and Ron Burkle's private jet was called the Airfuck One, which is where this picture of Bill Clinton with Rachel Chandler was taken. You can see Rachel Chandler here commenting Ray.Chandler at 17 or 16, and here's a picture of her with Eminem, Marshall Mathers. Here's a picture with the same Rachel Chandler at age 14 posing with P. Diddy. You can see Interscope Records, which was the management company for these artists, and the logo they're using. And this connection with Rachel Chandler also connects to Waris Awu-Halia and, of course, Marina Abramovich, the infamous spirit cooker. Bill Clinton also has direct financial ties to the NXIVM cult run by the Bronfmans, and it's stated Rainier and NXIVM executives would go on to donate $29,000 to Hillary Clinton's 2006 presidential campaign a decade later. Meanwhile, at least 3 NXIVM officials are invitation-only members of the Clinton Global Initiative, according to the New York Post. 4 years later, 11 East 71st Street Trust, still with Epstein listed as trustee, sold the property to Comet Trust. Comet Trust holds a portion of the Gunsberg/Bronfman family fortune, which derives in large part from the distillery company Seagram. The Washington Post previously reported that scion Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s name was among those in Epstein's Black Book contacts, which federal investigators obtained. Goldman did not respond to requests for comment. Of course, their family member Claire Bronfman was arrested and convicted as part of the NXIVM cult executive board and sentenced to 81 months in prison, which is nothing compared to the crimes they were committing. One of the strangest things they were tied into with the NXIVM sex cult was operating daycares. In 2015, Raquel Pereira, wife of 17-time Latin Grammy winner Alejandro Sanz, debuted a school called the Rainbow Cultural Garden in posh Midtown Miami. Speaking to Univision, Pereira bragged that by immersing toddlers in as many as 7 languages at once, the school would revolutionize teaching. And this was all done by money and fundraising from an XCIM sex cult where they were branding members, and the leader was abusing a 15-year-old. On the Epstein blacklist, on the same page as Bill Clinton, is also Alec Baldwin, famous Hollywood actor. Another famous Hollywood actor who traveled on the plane with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein at the same time on a trip to Africa is Kevin Spacey, and Kevin Spacey has had his own issues with these types of problems outside of this Epstein scandal. Just on a side note, one of the other weird stories connected to a lot of the people on the Epstein client list was this John of God, a faith healer with millions of followers who, quote, ran a sex slave farm and sold babies to the highest bidder, unquote. He was Brazil's most famous faith healer whose miracle surgeries drew millions of pilgrims from across the globe. João Teixeira de Faria, known as John of God, achieved international fame after being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey, and Bill Clinton, singer Paul Simon, and supermodel Naomi Campbell are among other celebrities rumored to have visited. Naomi Campbell, famous Victoria's Secret model, is also on this blacklist. British supermodel Naomi Campbell repeatedly listed in Jeffrey Epstein's documents. Naomi Campbell's been involved in a blood diamond scandal, which is interesting because one of the things they found in Jeffrey Epstein's safe was loose diamonds. Instead of getting in trouble for these diamonds, Naomi Campbell was brought in to testify to stop it from happening or something, even though she was fully aware of what she was receiving. Of course, one of the things that made Naomi Campbell famous was her modeling career as being a Victoria's Secret model, and Victoria's Secret is owned by L Brands, which is owned by none other than Lesley Wexner. Lesley Wexner is one of the most key figures to this entire scandal, as we've detailed many times in this documentary already. Lesley Wexner's name is circled here with countless addresses and contact information for Lesley Wexner. He even has a property company called NA Property Inc., which was a Lesley Wexner thing according to this black book, and once again is circled. As we discussed before, the New York mansion owned by Jeffrey Epstein came from Lesley Wexner for reportedly $1, which means Lesley Wexner is one of the main financiers of the Jeffrey Epstein ring. In 1961, the mansion became home to the Birch Wathen School, which remained until Lesley Wexner, the founding chairman of Limited Inc., bought it in 1989 for $13 million. Wexner hired architect Terry Despont and interior designer John Stefanidis to help gut the 40-room home, showing it off in December 95 issue of Architectural Digest. In 96, the New York Times referred to the sumptuously decorated, expensively renovated pied-à-terre as the latest puzzling status symbol of the ultra-rich, when it reported that Wexner never spent more than a few months in his home. Wexner would then give this home that he spent $13 million on to Jeffrey Epstein for $0, for like $1 or something.
Well, what's up, mateys? It's your Captain Titus Frost here. And I happen to be lost in this place called New Albany, Ohio. And it's really weird because this also happens to be the town that Lesley Wexner's mansion is located in. Who would have guessed? So maybe I'll just stop by and see if he knows the directions to the guy that financed the Epstein ring and see what happens if I do that. So let's see. So I just get out and politely ask for directions. See what they say. Nice.
How may I help you?
Hi, yes, my name is Titus Frost. I'm a journalist, and I was here wondering if Lesley Wexner could answer some questions about the Epstein ring.
Mr. No one's available right now.
Okay.
If I get your name and your information, I could pass it on. Who are you with?
I'm just an independent journalist who does this as a hobby, and I just thought he might want to clear some things up. Because there's all types of rumors online, so I just thought maybe he would do a quick interview since I was in the area. But if he's busy, that's fine. I can leave you my number.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take your number. What can I, go ahead and give it to me. And where are you based out of, sir?
Boston. So I was on a road trip for work, so I thought I'd stop by, but if he's busy, he's busy. That's okay.
All right, sir. I'll pass the information on.
All right, thank you. Take care.
With all the money and funding that mainstream media has, why haven't they ever taken a drone in for a closer look of this scandal and really highlighted the people that are on the Epstein client list? Well, there's many, many, many connections to media between what's the Epstein client list and the people that should be telling you the truth and questioning power. One small example of this is the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine, The Atlantic. Quote, if the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it is that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not just to ask questions, but to find answers. Let's call them journalists. And there you have it, as she's hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell. You can see this story from The Atlantic, how the Epstein case explains the rise of conspiracy theorists. Nightmarish allegations against well-connected financiers show why so many Americans let their imagination run wild when it comes to elite corruption. Let your imagination run wild with this. Inside Jeffrey Epstein's residence, he had a fully equipped dental chair. What do you suppose Jeffrey Epstein was doing with a fully equipped dental chair and no dental degree or training? Or try this one on for size. Never before seen photos show pedophile Jeffrey Epstein cuddling a sleeping young girl in his lap on board his private jet after spending a day at Disney World with unsuspecting families. This is the image of the very young girl on Jeffrey Epstein's lap on the way to Disney World. Here's Jeffrey Epstein at Disney World at one of the character breakfasts. Here's Jeffrey Epstein taking a picture with Piglet, of all things. Now let your imagination run wild. Since you're watching this documentary, you must be one of these feared conspiracy theorists The Atlantic was talking about. In the Jeffrey Epstein blacklist is also Andrew Neil. Andrew Neil is a British journalist and broadcaster. He was editor of the Sunday Times from 1983 to 1994. He's presented various political programs on the BBC and Channel 4. Neil was appointed editor of the Sunday Times by none other than Rupert Murdoch in 1983 and held this position until 1994. After this, he became a contributor to the Daily Mail. He was chief executive and editor-in-chief of Press Holdings Media Group. So when you're wondering why, when you have people as connected to media as Andrew Neil, who's connected to not only Jeffrey Epstein, but also to Rupert Murdoch, why the Epstein conspiracy never gets proper coverage, you're looking at the reasons why. Andrew Neil regards the newspaper's revelations of details of Israel's nuclear weapons program in 1986 by using photographs and testimony from former Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu as his greatest scoop as an editor. During his editorship, the newspaper lost a libel case over claims that it made a witness, Carmela Proeta, who was interviewed after her appearance in the Death on the Rock documentary on the Gibraltar shootings. One of the Sunday Times journalists involved, Rosie Waterhouse, resigned not long afterwards.
Well, evidence. I can't believe I don't know the answer to this question, but I don't. Do you still represent him, and when did you stop representing him, Epstein?
No, I stopped representing him when the deal was made, and I haven't seen him in years. And, if his lawyers call me and ask me a question about the deal, of course, as a lawyer, I have to answer that question. Look, I was introduced to him by the Lady Rothschild. The people he hung out with at the time were the president of Harvard, the provost of Harvard.
Yeah,
my relationship with him was academic. We went to conferences. We had seminars in his office. None of us had any inkling that he had this other life. And as soon as we learned about it, obviously, all of us ended any kind of a social relationship. I then became his lawyer. I'm proud of the fact that I represented him. I represented a lot of controversial people.
Yes, Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein, and also named by a bunch of victims of Jeffrey Epstein as one of their abusers, has also offered an argument for this. Alan Dershowitz states, "I stand by the constitutional, not moral argument that I offered in my controversial op-ed. If a 16-year-old has the constitutional right to have an abortion without state or parental interference, how could she not have the constitutional right to engage in consensual sex?" Richard W. Painter asked the question, why is @Alan Dershowitz trying to lower the age of consent in this op-ed? 15? Really? The op-ed he's referring to is this one. Statutory rape is an outdated concept, written by Alan Dershowitz, where he goes on to argue lowering the age of consent to possibly 15 and 16, which is absolutely insane. And this is the same Alan Dershowitz who did not receive naked massages at Epstein's. He only received massages with his underwear on.
Dershowitz is a longtime friend of Epstein's who represented him in the criminal underage sex case.
Could you please? I never saw a young underage woman.
Yet Epstein's former butler swore under oath that Dershowitz was at Epstein's residences at the same time underage girls were there.
Were there young women in another part of the house giving massages when I wasn't around? I have no idea of that.
Dershowitz did say he once received a massage at Epstein's mansion, but from an adult woman.
I kept my underwear on during the massage. I don't like massages particularly.
Bob Norman, Local 10.
You just mentioned Alan Dershowitz, also accused by this woman in the lawsuit, and he joins us now exclusively. Alan, good morning. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
Let me pick up right on that point, because you told Matt a little bit earlier this month that you'd never even laid eyes on her. She now put a picture of herself around the relevant time period in her court papers. Let me ask you again, do you know her? Have you seen her? Have you ever met her?
I've never seen her. I've never met her. And I challenge her to come on your show and to repeat her allegations on television. She's hiding behind the litigation privilege. She's filed a perjured affidavit, and I can prove categorically by documentary and other evidence that I couldn't have been in the places she said I was at the time. For example, she said she had sex with me in Jeffrey Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. I was there for 1 hour with my wife, my daughter, who are here with me today in the studio, never out of their sight. 2 other people were with me. Nobody was on the ranch at the time. Only time I've ever been there. Said I had sex with her on the private island. I was there once with my wife, my daughter, prominent professor at Harvard Business School, his whole family. She is categorically lying and making the whole thing up.
She specifically said that she had sex with you at least on 6 different encounters. She mentions those 2 places. She also says in New York, in Florida. Can you prove it didn't happen there either?
Absolutely. As long as she gives me the dates, I will have my travel documents. I am a busy person. I'm in Europe. I'm in Israel. I'm teaching. She has to give me a date, and I will show her I was never, ever anywhere near her at any time. She's making the whole thing up. She is a categorical liar. I challenge her to repeat it in public. Then we'll be able to have it out in court.
And that's one of the
Hello? Hey, Mr. Dershowitz, were you one of the dancing Israelis at 9/11?
The reach of the Epstein network extends into alt media, and you can see from these court documents that Alan Dershowitz tried to use his proxy, Mike Cernovich, to identify who the Jane Does were in the Epstein case by getting the court to release all of the files and having the cost of this also put onto the Epstein victims. Proposed intervener and purported journalist Mike Cernovich requests that this court grant him intervener status for the purpose of unsealing and publishing a single filing from the above captioned case defendant's motion for summary judgment, along with its nearly 700 pages of exhibits. He claims that the public has a right to see Maxwell's motion for summary judgment, and the press is here to show it to them. Mr. Cernovich does not request to see any other sealed portion of the extensive record in this case, now spanning 586 docket entries, nor does he seek access to Ms. Giuffre's response in opposition to defendant's motion for summary judgment. Indeed, his cherry-picking of just one filing by defendant to publicize belies his stated position that, quote, all parties to this litigation have committed a transgression, unquote, by filing documents under seal pursuant to this court's orders. Cernovich also claims that his motion for unsealing is somehow, quote, distinct from Professor Dershowitz's, unquote, motion. Yet Cernovich's motion clearly echoes the motion to intervene brought by Alan Dershowitz. Indeed, one of the documents Dershowitz sought to publicize is attached in full to defendant's motion for summary judgment, and the other document Dershowitz sought to publicize are described in detail by deposition testimony attached to defendant's motion for summary judgment. In truth, both motions seek the same relief: to selectively publish certain documents supporting defendant's positions in this litigation. This seeming coincidence is less remarkable given the strong ties shared by Dershowitz and Cernovich. Cernovich, pictured below, is the executive producer of a film starring none other than Alan Dershowitz. In the film Silenced, Our War on Free Speech, its executive producer is Mike Cernovich, and it's starring Alan Dershowitz. Cernovich has not been shy about broadcasting his relationship with and influenced by Alan Dershowitz. Last summer, tweeted this picture of Mike Cernovich and Dershowitz together, where he says, spent the morning talking free speech, Twitter censorship, and the ADL with Alan Dershowitz for Silenced. Cernovich also attributes his inspiration to attend law school to Alan Dershowitz. Meeting Dershowitz was a personal joy of mine, as his book, The Best Defense, The Courtroom Confrontations of America's Most Outspoken Lawyer of the Last Resort, inspired me to go to law school, says Mike Cernovich. Cernovich appears to have personal interest, to use his words, in slut-shaming women. Multiple websites, including Wikipedia, captured various tweets issued by Cernovich. Cernovich's tweets showed that his interest in sexual assault is not simply journalistic, as he claims, but instead betrays a prurient interest to fetishize rape. The hotter the sex, the more closely it resembles rape. Mike Cernovich, October 15th, 2011. Another tweet he issued expressed an opinion that date rape does not exist, indicating that he does not believe someone can be raped by an acquaintance. Another alt-media personality with documented ties to Ghislaine Maxwell is none other than Jacob Wohl. Ghislaine Maxwell paid $25,000 to fake news purveyor Jacob Wohl to smear Epstein victims and to get prosecutor Jeffrey Berman fired, in an attempt to stall sex trafficking investigation against her. So this just goes to show you how the reach of the Epstein network is not just mainstream media, but it's also alternative media. As part of the $25,000 deal made in June, Wohl left, and his lobbyist colleague Jack Berkman Wright also allegedly pushed to get New York U.S. Attorney General Jeffrey Berman, who had led the Epstein case, fired to stop or stall the criminal investigation into Maxwell. One of the models Wohl tried to use for his and Berkman's smear plots, Maryland paralegal Kristen Spielman, pictured with Wohl, told DailyMail.com the men had been hired by Maxwell, who currently faces trial over charges she and Epstein trafficked underage girls for sex.
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
One of the big debates going on is there an Epstein client list? And if there is, where are the files that prove this? Well, they keep trying to release the files, but you can't release the files because the files include CP. So the government can't exactly just post a bunch of CP files and give everyone in the public access to that, because then they would be distributing CP. But of course, there's always the online alternative media that has no idea what they're talking about. People such as Pro-American Politics, who states the following gem: there's never been an Epstein list. There's never been any evidence whatsoever that there's an Epstein list. I guess this documentary in almost 3.5 hours of names doesn't cut it. Nobody even knows where the idea of an Epstein list actually originated. Are you joking? It's frankly absurd to think that Epstein would have a list. The guy was a pedo and a rapist, but he wasn't a moron. Was it titled the blackmail list? You guys are really that stupid that you actually believe that? What happened is right-wing Twitter inflated the story into something it never was in order to drive up their engagement numbers. Let me give you retards a little tip in life, and you can thank me later. The truth is often far less juicy and far less exciting than the rumors that are hatched up and spread online, because boring doesn't generate clicks. Conspiracy theories about a pedophile covering up for Bill Clinton do. Right, because it was Jeffrey that covered up for Bill, not posted pictures of Bill with him all over the place. Because it was conspiracy theorists that came up with the idea of a list, and not Jeffrey Epstein's butler releasing a blacklist full of names.
Fucking deliver an Epstein list, or you're not going to win the next election that you can't even run in. What's the threat to Donald Trump? You're not threatening Donald Trump. You're threatening America. You're a fucking terrorist. You're holding this country hostage if you don't get your way. Sound familiar? Because the fucking left just did that for a decade.
That was Miss Fist Patriot, who was telling everyone that if you look into the Epstein list, you're a terrorist, because Miss Fist is a crazy Zionist. And now we have another person here, at Right White Trash, Dave Smith, who's telling you also to not pay attention to the Epstein client list. So let's take just a tiny little look at who this Dave Smith guy is. Dave Smith writes, "Listen up, retards. The boss asked everyone to cut the shit with Epstein, so cut the shit. Is it going to change any of your lives whatsoever if you find out some celebrity or politician fucked a 16-year-old on Lolita Island? It's not. So shut the fuck up and stop whining already. Wah, the files. Shut up. You're not getting them, so get over it. Fucking guy has been absolutely killing it for 6 months now. He's got more done than any president in our lifetimes, and you assholes are whining about this stupid shit. Bunch of clowns and brokies crying about shit way over their pay grade. Guy got fucking shot once and almost again for you morons. Shut the fuck up and let him do his job." Right. Not to get on too big of a side note here, but Donald Trump has not exactly ended the Federal Reserve System or anything close to what people in the past have done, like President Andrew Jackson, who got shot at multiple times by the banks, but actually accomplished something for this country by ending the Federal Reserve banking system of his time. Moving on with another gem here from Dave Smith. "Guys, I'm half Jew as well, my best part. I'm a proud Zionist, and Palestine is currently a parking lot. That is all. Everyone enjoy your evenings. Also, thank you for all the overwhelming interest in my tweets as of late." Here's another tweet from Dave Smith that we're taking a little bit of interest in, where he says, "Hey, you asked for it, cry face." Posts a picture here of a very underage girl where it says, 10 minutes into Frozen and Chill and your niece gives you this look, what you do. So, these are the people telling you not to look into the Epstein ring. Guys that are hebophiles, I believe this is called. And yes, this does affect our daily lives because these people run everything from media to the banking institutions to the government, which enable the legislation that runs your life. So, as part of its investigation, the Herald was able to identify nearly 80 girls who were molested by Epstein. 4 of the victims, now in their late 20s and early 30s, spoke on video about how they were traumatized first by Epstein, then by his lawyers and private investigators, and finally by the prosecutors themselves, who disposed of the case without telling them. One of the victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, said that she was forced by Epstein and Maxwell to have sex with a number of wealthy and powerful politicians, academics, and government leaders, including Dershowitz and Prince Andrew. She has never named the other men, largely because she has been afraid, her lawyers said.
How many girls do you think you brought to Jeffrey Epstein?
I would say at the minimum 50, but anywhere from 50 to 70 girls.
And what were their ages?
The same ages of me, 14, 15, 16. You know, I just hold a lot of guilt and shame for doing those things. And just to know that I had any influence on that happening to somebody else, just, you know, it's just devastating and breaks my heart.
One of the most named and investigated people in this case is Prince Andrew, and that's because of the many connections Prince Andrew has to the Epstein ring, but also because of geopolitics. However, here is a very real picture of Prince Andrew posing with Virginia Roberts Giuffre in Ghislaine Maxwell's London apartment.
This is a real photo.
And that was the first time you met him?
And that's the very first time I met him. And that's right before I was abused by him.
Third-party report from another victim. When you got back to the house, what happened? I walked into the front door and Ghislaine stuck her head over the grand staircase and asked me to come upstairs into the living room. And can you describe the living room? Oh, it was very large and very formal. And Jeffrey and her and Virginia and Prince Andrew were there. What were they all doing when you came in? Just socializing. I don't remember them doing an activity. It was just being together. Therefore, third-party confirmation that Virginia and Prince Andrew were there at Ghislaine's.
So as you know, Prince Andrew denies the allegations against him, and he says that this photo is a fake, that he was never there, and that is not his arm, and they're not his fingers.
Those are his fingers. That is Andrew. This photo has been verified as an original, and it's been since given to the FBI, and they've never contested that it's a fake. And I know it's real. And he needs to stop with all of these lame excuses. We're sick of hearing it.
I just remember someone suggesting a photo, and they told us to get on the couch. And so Andrew and Virginia sat on the couch, and they put the puppet on her lap. And so then I sat on Andrew's lap, and I believe on my own volition, and they took the puppet's hands and put it on Virginia's breast. And so Andrew put his on mine.
But Virginia believes he should be punished. Do you think Prince Andrew should go to jail?
Yes, I think Prince Andrew should go to jail. I mean, is he ever going to? Probably not.
Here's Jeffrey Epstein having a meeting with Prince Andrew, and this was, according to Prince Andrew, to tell Jeffrey Epstein that their relationship was over. He had to fly all the way over to meet with him in person to do this. Couldn't have been done over the phone, of course. So the thing here is Prince Andrew is one of the main people that the media has focused on with this Epstein Client network, even though Prince Andrew, for all intents and purposes, compared to a lot of the other people on this list, is basically a nobody, which is interesting. Why would the media focus on this guy? Does it have to do with Prince Charles, which is now King Charles, and documentaries that have come out about the influence of AIPAC on American politics? No one can know for sure, but it's very strange that of all the people in the client list, the media has focused on Prince Andrew when there's so many more important names in this list.
Then we went to Club Tramp, and he danced with me, and he sweats a lot, and he smells funny. And then we get in the car, and Ghislaine tells me in the car that I have to do what I do for Jeffrey for Prince Andrew. And that's when I learned what was going to happen.
How many times were you trafficked to him?
3 times.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was, yes, I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at, and I simply it was almost impossible for me to sweat, and it's only because I have done a number of things in the recent past that I'm starting to be able to do that again. So I'm afraid to say that there's a medical condition that says that I didn't do it. So therefore,
being at home,
because going to Pizza Express in Woking is an unusual thing for me to do. I don't know why I've collected that title, because I never have really partied. Judgment was probably coloured by my tendency to be too honourable, but that's just the way it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, we forgot about Prince Andrew's inability to sweat and the fact that he'd never really partied, except for when he was on Peter Nygard's island here as well. Prince Andrew with Peter Nygard on Nygard's Caribbean island. Photograph was thought to have been taken in 2000. You're like, well, who is Peter Nygard? Peter Nygard was a Canadian fashion mogul, once again connecting us to the fashion world. And you can see here, Evil in Paradise. Peter Nygard kept allegations of rape involving women and girls as young as 14 a secret in the Bahamas for more than 2 decades. A CBC investigation reveals an elaborate effort by the former Canadian clothing mogul to cultivate influence with prominent decision-makers in the Bahamas, silence victims, and block anyone who tried to expose them. Sound familiar to anyone watching this documentary? Secret Nygard videos show former fashion mogul charged with sex trafficking traveling with teenage girl. Peter Nygard, the Canadian fashion executive, has been charged with sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy and other crimes that involve dozens of women and teenage girls as victims in the United States, the Bahamas, and Canada, federal prosecutors in Manhattan said on Tuesday. Mr. Nygard uses companies' influence, its money, and its employees to recruit adult and minor-aged female victims over a 25-year period for the sexual gratification of him and his associates. According to a 9-count federal indictment, he was arrested in Winnipeg, Manitoba on Monday at the request of the United States. Under an extradition treaty, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan said he is now being held in Manitoba jail. The indictment accused Mr. Nygard of targeting women from disadvantaged economic backgrounds and in some cases with a history of abuse. Mr. Nygard sexually assaulted some, it said, while others were assaulted or drugged by his associates. To ensure their compliance with Nygard's sexual demands, Jay Prober, the fashion mogul's lawyer in Winnipeg, denied the charges against his client, saying he expected Mr. Nygard to be vindicated. He wasn't. His lawyer in New York, Elkan Abramovitz, declined to comment. And you can see here a similar pattern of using underage girls to blackmail potential clients and associates of Mr. Nygard. Nygard, as Epstein did, had very similar friends, turns out, including Bill Gates, of all people. Nygard was also good friends with the Bohemian Grove attending Bush family. To the court documents, please name a person that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to go have sex with. Answer, Prince Andrew. Question, okay, who else? Answer, as a whole, they both trafficked me to people. It was under both of their direction, so it's not easy to just say Ghislaine. When I say they, I mean both of them. Okay, well, I need you to say a time when Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to go have sex with another person. So can you please tell me to whom Ghislaine Maxwell asked you to go have sex with another person? Mr. Edwards, object to the form. Answer, Glenn Dubin. You can see here Glenn Dubin is listed in the Jeffrey Epstein blacklist. Billionaire hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin was the first person Ghislaine Maxwell told Virginia Roberts Giuffre to have sex with, unsealed Jeffrey Epstein files allege. According to Forbes magazine, Glenn Dubin is worth $2.9 billion. Glenn Dubin co-founded multi-strategy hedge fund Highbridge Capital in 1992. Dubin sold a majority stake to none other than J.P. Morgan in 2004 for $1.3 billion. But of course, Steve Forbes and Sabine Forbes of Forbes magazine are also in Jeffrey Epstein's blacklist. Also take note on this page of the blacklist, Katie Ford of Ford Models, another one of these modeling companies that they use to recruit women from. There's also in the blacklist the banks that were helping Epstein launder the money, most likely. You have Colonial Bank, NatWest Bank, PB National. These are circled, which means they are key parts of the Epstein network, according to the butler that leaked these documents. On the second page of finance from the blacklist, you have Bear Stearns again, which is one of the banks that Jeffrey Epstein went to work for. Another page of the blacklist features John Luc-Brunel, who was one of the main co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein running a modeling agency called MC2, and also Karen Models.
Girls ranged in all different ages. I mean, there were girls as young as 12.
You have no doubt he was having sex with a 12-year-old.
I was told by him that he was having sex with 3 12-year-olds sent by Jean-Luc Brunel. And Jeffrey laughed about it. He laughed. He thought it was funny.
Jean-Luc Brunel, one of the key co-conspirators of the Epstein ring, was arrested in France and put in prison. And much like Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel would be found dead in his prison cell. Virginia Giuffre would also end up dying after coming out and saying she would never commit suicide. She died by suicide, yet no one believes that's true. And Virginia Giuffre's dad has insisted she didn't die by suicide, claims someone got to her. Jean-Luc Brunel, the friend of Jeffrey Epstein, bragged about his exotic trips on TripAdvisor, praising and posting photos of beautiful women, which gives us a fairly accurate view of where Jean-Luc Brunel was traveling and when. And you can see here Jean-Luc Brunel's contributions: 42 contributions in Thailand, 37 in New York City, 32 in Paris, France, 27 in Miami Beach, Florida, which is basically West Palm Beach, Moscow, Russia, Lisbon, Portugal. You can see here his 441 contributions mapped out on a global scale. And this shows you where Jean-Luc Brunel was traveling around and procuring women for Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, no information can be extracted about the Epstein network from this co-conspirator because he ended up dying in his prison cell. Another key part of the network, named by multiple victims and in multiple documents, is Sarah Kellen, seen here standing to the left of Ghislaine Maxwell. Giuffre states that the co-conspirator who maintained direct contact with the many underage victims was Kellen, whose sole responsibility was to schedule underage girls to visit Epstein for sex, and reportedly directly to Maxwell. Figueroa testified that Maxwell personally requested that he find and bring girls to Epstein for sex once Giuffre had escaped, and that when he brought the girls Maxwell interacted with them, that Maxwell was the boss, and that she knew everything that was going on. Getting back to the Epstein contact list, we have on one page David Blaine, Tony Blair, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and Mike Bloomberg, a media mogul in the United States and political figure. One of the people in Epstein's contact list is David Rockefeller, who has been one of the most influential people in the modern world. David Rockefeller influenced the world through many various means and secretive groups such as the Bilderberg Group, which he was on the steering committee of. Epstein blacklist are two of the Rothschild family members, Ehud de Rothschild and Evelyn de Rothschild. And Evelyn de Rothschild is confirmed further by Alan Dershowitz, who said that's who introduced him to Jeffrey Epstein. The former head of the Rothschild family was Amschel Rothschild, who was a British businessman who was the executive chairman of the Rothschild Asset Management of the Rothschild banking family of England. Amschel Rothschild was married to Anita Patience Guinness from the Guinness family, the beer company. Daughter of the merchant banker James Edward Alexander Rundle Guinness and Paul Vivian Mander, they had 3 children: Kate Emma Rothschild, Alice Miranda Rothschild, and James Amschel Victor Rothschild, who married Nikki Hilton, socialite great-granddaughter of the hotelier Conrad Hilton, in 2015. Former CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, of all banks in the world, exchanged 1,200 emails with Epstein that included unexplained phrases. Regulators flagged Snow White reference in messages between former Barclays boss and the sex offender. Jes Staley Wright said his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein began to, quote, taper off after Staley left JP Morgan in 2013. Many of the emails sent between 2008 and 2012 were matter of fact, for example, discussing news articles or arranging to meet up for drinks, but showed a close relationship between the two men, according to people familiar with the contents. However, regulators have highlighted certain terms that do not have an obvious meaning. The Snow White reference was written in a short, 2-message exchange referring to a conversation the men had previously had in person. One of the people familiar with the matter said, regulators at the Financial Conduct Authority and Prudential Regulation Authority are yet to draw conclusions over the phrase, a second person said. One of the other big names in Epstein's contact list is that of Petie Mandelson. Former cabinet minister Petie Mandelson, pictured left, was photographed with Jeffrey Epstein, who was celebrating his 54th birthday. Peter Benjamin Mandelson is a British politician, lobbyist, and diplomat who served as British ambassador to the United States since February 2025. Member of the Labour Party, Mandelson served as Labour's Director of Communications from 1985 to 1990, becoming one of the first people to whom the term spin doctor was applied, and being dubbed the, quote, Prince of Darkness, because of his ruthless and media-savvy reputation. Petie Mandelson attended Elnet's first pan-European parliamentary delegation in 2024. In the first January of the new year, the 10th delegation Elnet has ever brought to Israel was made up by 22 European lawmakers from parliaments of the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, Cyprus, Lithuania, Croatia, and Denmark, as well as 2 journalists from the UK. The pan-European delegation was led by Lord Petie Mandelson, a UK Labour politician. The main highlights of the Solidarity mission were meetings with the members of the Knesset, both from the coalition and the opposition, including with Isaac Herzog, the president of the State of Israel, and Minister Gideon Sa'ar. On their first day of the mission to Israel, the delegation received multiple security briefings by Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, IDF spokesperson in reserve, as well as Mickey Rosenfeld, superintendent from Israel Police International Cooperation Union, who gave the participants a broad overview of the situation on the ground from perspectives of the first responders on the morning of October 7th. Petie Mandelson was born at Hendon, Middlesex on 21 October 1953, the younger son of the Hahn, Mary Joyce Mandelson, and George Norman Mandelson of Polish-Jewish extraction. His patrilineal great-great-great-grandfather was Colonel Naphtali Feltuzin Mandelson. His great-grandfather, Levi Mandelson, was son-in-law of Samuel Cohen, and his grandfather, Normie Level Mandelson, founded the Harrow United Synagogue. His father, George Norman Mandelson, known as Tony, was the advertising manager of the Jewish Chronicle, who served as an officer in the Royal Dragoons during the Second World War. Pedophile Jeffrey Epstein planned to hire Prince Andrew and Petie Mandelson to be his star advisors for a new consultancy business, Bombshell Messages Reveal. After being released from an 18-month jail sentence for child prostitution offenses, billionaire financier Epstein emailed his private banker, Jes Staley, to say he wanted to bring the Duke of York and former Labour cabinet minister into his business plans. He wrote, "I need to decide how to gear up my advisory business, grab a group from Goldman Sachs, the investment bank, hire 5 to 10 stars, Larry, Peter, Andrew. Is it understood? Larry, Peter, and Andrew refer to Larry Summers, former U.S. Treasury Secretary at the White House, Lord Mandelson, referred to affectionately in the emails as Petie by Epstein, and Prince Andrew. It is not thought any of them took the role with Epstein, who was found hanged in a New York prison cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on more sex trafficking charges." 22 pages of emails between Epstein and Mr. Staley mentioning Andrew and Lord Mandelson have been released as a result of the sex trafficking case filed against JP Morgan Bank by the U.S. Virgin Islands government. The bank, where Epstein was a client, is being sued over claims it knowingly benefited from Epstein's sex trafficking operation. An email on June 14, 2010, Epstein tells Mr. Staley, who went on to be chief executive of Barclays Bank in the United Kingdom, "Andrew just sat next to me at the dinner." In a further email in December 2010, Mr. Staley emailed Epstein that it was, quote, "sort of cool to get a Christmas note from Andrew." In June 2009, Epstein wrote to Mr. Staley, "Ask Andrew about the island. Tell him about your boat plans." This is believed to be a reference to Epstein's Caribbean home where girls were trafficked. The next big-name banker on the Epstein client list is Leon Black. Black, whose company authors called Wall Street's apex predator over the last decade, the assets Apollo managed grew sixfold and Black's personal wealth had ballooned to $9.5 billion. The high-rolling art collector even became chair of MoMA's board in 2018. But the Bloomberg profile also hinted at storm clouds ahead. Jeffrey Epstein had served on the board of Black's Family Foundation. It noted in Epstein's arrest for sex trafficking's subsequent death had Apollo working overtime to distance himself from him. After the New York Times reported in October 2020 that Black had wired at least $50 million to Jeffrey Epstein, Apollo's board hired Wall Street law firm Deckert to investigate. In January 2021, Deckert's report said Black sent Epstein $158 million from 2012 to 2017, and Black announced he'd leave his CEO job later in the year. The investigation did not find evidence Black was, quote, "involved in any way with Epstein's criminal activities," unquote. Then in March, a former Russian model named Guzel Geneva tweeted that she was sexually harassed and abused by Black for years. 5 days later, Black stepped down as CEO. In April's statement, he claimed his relationship with Geneva was consensual and that she had extorted him for many years. Weeks later, Geneva sued Black for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and gender-motivated violence, including rape. Black denied her claims and countersued Geneva for defamation and racketeering. Geneva's attorneys declined to comment. In a statement, Black's attorneys called her allegations completely false. In other legal filings, he accused his former Apollo partner Josh of exploiting Black's Epstein connections in an attempt to oust him as CEO, a claim Harris denied. Articles like this one, "The Billionaire Who Stood by Jeffrey Epstein." Leon Black paid at least $50 million to Mr. Epstein, and as you know from the previous article, it was actually $158 million. He said in a letter that same day to investors that he had a, quote, "limited relationship with Mr. Epstein, a convicted sex offender, and had consulted him, quote, from time to time, unquote, on personal financial matters." But their connection was deeper than Mr. Black let on. The two men often socialized and dined together, and Mr. Black was a lucrative client for Mr. Epstein over the final decade of his life. Mr. Black wired Mr. Epstein at least $50 million in the years after Mr. Epstein's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a teenage girl, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times and interviews with 4 people with knowledge of the transactions. The transfers included $10 million to a foundation started by Mr. Epstein and consulting fees that were sufficiently unusual to draw scrutiny from Deutsche Bank, where Mr. Epstein kept his accounts. 2 of the people said the total amount sent by Mr. Black to Mr. Epstein could be as high as $75 million. Some of the payments from Mr. Black are described in an internal report by Deutsche Bank, which served as Mr. Epstein's primary banker from 2013 to 2019. The report was provided to regulators who fined the German bank over the summer for its failure to catch numerous red flags in Mr. Epstein's financial activities. The portions of the report reviewed by the Times describe a payment of $22.5 million in 2017 by a company called BV70 LLC, which the bank said Mr. Black's yacht, to Plan D, the company that managed Mr. Epstein's Gulfstream jet. When an employee in Deutsche Bank's anti-financial crime division inquired about the payment, she was told by another bank employee that it was a fee for consulting services provided by Southern Trust Company, one of the dozens of entities Mr. Epstein operated in the Virgin Islands. There was no explanation for why the payment went to Plan D. The Deutsche Bank report also shows that BV70 made a $10 million donation in 2015 to charitable foundations started by Mr. Epstein, Gratitude America, which made several $1 million in grants while Mr. Epstein was casting himself as a philanthropist. BV70 also planned to make another payment of $10 million to Mr. Epstein for advisory work, according to the report, although it was unclear if the payment was ever made. Mr. Black knew Epstein for decades. In 1997, he made Mr. Epstein one of the original trustees of what is today called the Deborah and Leon Black Foundation, and was among the high-profile figures who maintained ties with him following his prostitution arrest. They included Bill Gates, the Microsoft co-founder, Lawrence Summers, the former president of Harvard, James E. Staley, now the chief executive of Barclays, and the hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin and his wife Eva. Next up on the list is Flavio Briatore. Flavio Briatore is an Italian businessman who serves as executive advisor and de facto team principal of Alpine and Formula One. As the longtime team principal of Team Enstone, Briatore led the team to 3 World Constructors Championships and 4 World Drivers Championship victories. Briatore has been married 3 times and has 2 children, Lenai Klum and Falco Nathan Briatore. In addition, Briatore was previously engaged to supermodel Naomi Campbell and briefly dated supermodel Heidi Klum, a relationship that produced a daughter, Lenny. One of the things that this guy's involved in is what's called the Billionaire Experience, which are these high-end clubs that put on shows in various places such as Dubai, Monte Carlo, and St. Moritz. Briatore was forced to resign from Renault after a race-fixing scandal. Briatore and chief engineer Pat Simons asked their number 2 driver, Nelson Piquet Jr., to intentionally crash during the 2000 Singapore Grand Prix so that his teammate Fernando Alonso could gain an advantage. Alonso eventually won the race after Briatore dropped Piquet from the team. Piquet traded his confession for immunity. Briatore was also implicated in the 2007 Spygate scandal, but escaped it without punishment. In November 2007, the FIA alleged that Renault possessed confidential information about the 2006 and 2007 McLaren F1 cars. Briatore has developed a diverse portfolio of business interests outside Formula One, many of which revolve around fashion. He created the Billionaire nightclub brand in 1998, owned a club in Sardinia. In August 2012, he opened another Billionaire club in Marbella under that name, along with the Haute Couture line. The Billionaire Italian Couture. In addition to that, he opened Cipriani's restaurant in Mayfair, London. In 2004 and until 2007, he owned 48.9% of the pharmaceutical company's Puriel. He also operates a Tuscan beach club and Lion in the Sun, a holiday resort in Kenya. Next interesting thing on the list was the mysterious connection between Larry Nassar and Jeffrey Epstein. Larry Nassar has been stabbed multiple times in prison months after new details emerged about a surprise connection between him and Epstein. Will the details ever be made public? In early June, thousands of pages of BOP records related to Epstein's death were obtained by the Associated Press, including details of his health history, emails, and internal agency reports. Hidden among the 4,000 pages was one especially curious email dated September 2019. It was an email between staff at Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, New York, which contained some surprising information. In the 34 days that Epstein was behind bars at Manhattan Jail, he had sent a letter to fellow convicted sex offender 1,100 miles away at a prison in Florida. That recipient was Nassar. At the time, Nassar was already convicted and serving hundreds of years behind bars in Coleman. Epstein, meanwhile, was awaiting trial on a slew of sex trafficking charges in New York. The letter never reached Nassar. For some unknown reason, it was returned to sender and was discovered in Manhattan's jail mailroom weeks later in September 2019. By this point, Epstein was already dead. It appeared he mailed it out and it was returned back to him. The investigator who found the letter wrote in an email to a prison official. The Epstein Black Book is Arpad Busan, who managed money for the Bin Laden family through EIM, who lost $230 million to Bernie Madoff, runs ARC, a children's charity tied into allegations and convictions of sexual abuse of minors. EIM Group Chairman Juan-Pierre Etter, associated with the Tro scandal, also associated with EIM Group Chairman Arpad Busan, chairman of charity ARC, and running schools in the UK, helping with the Eastern European orphans and providing HIV/AIDS drugs to Africa. One of ARC's trustees, Bernard Sabriere, has his own charity, Children Action, and a partner of that is Bernard Kouchner. Kouchner himself is subject to allegations that he was involved in or at least knew of the KLA organ harvesting atrocity. He was also involved in the lessening of penalties against a convicted pedophile. In a 2007 charity fundraising dinner hosted by Arpad Busan, a high-profile hedge fund manager, Bill Clinton flew in to make a speech, and celebrity guest lists included the likes of popular music icons Madonna and Prince, top fashion designer Valentino, and British actress Liz Hurley. You can see in the Epstein blacklist Liz Hurley there on the bottom right.
Before you get all hinky, I think I should warn you. I'm not all peaches and cream, you know. I do have a darker side, and believe me, it's not pretty.
Another big name is the former governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson. Defendant Virginia Giuffre says she recalls that defendant went to dinner with Governor Bill Richardson one time when Johanna was visiting the ranch in New Mexico, and maybe this is why the Zorro Ranch was never investigated. Next on the Epstein blacklist is one Gary Ginsberg. Gary Ginsberg is an American lawyer, political operative, and corporate advisor, serving as a strategist in both the public and private sectors for more than 25 years. He was most recently Senior Vice President and Global Head of Communications at SoftBank Group Corp. Before resigning in 2020. Before joining SoftBank, Ginsberg served as Executive Vice President of Corporate Marketing and Communications at Time Warner and Executive Vice President of Global Marketing Corporate Affairs at News Corp. He served in the Clinton administration at the White House's Counsel Office and at the U.S. Department of Justice. Ginsberg spent 11 years at News Corporation, serving in several senior roles, including most recently as Executive Vice President of Global Marketing Corporate Affairs. During this tenure, Ginsberg was a close confidant of Rupert Murdoch. Ginsberg was described as the Murdoch interpreter, the point man for all the information going out of the company as well as the information going into the company. He was also the point man for News Corp's 2007 purchase of Dow Jones, publisher of the Wall Street Journal. Ginsberg again served as the connection to Washington on multiple instances. The Wall Street Journal reported in early 2017 that Ginsburg met with Jared Kushner at the White House. At the meeting, Kushner expressed the administration's deep concerns about CNNs, according to the administration official. Ginsburg held a breakfast meeting in 2016 with his former colleague Peter Cherning in Martha's Vineyard, where Cherning first broached the possibility of AT&T acquiring Time Warner. Ginsburg was in the middle of the fight to defend the company's sale to AT&T. 2 years later, the deal was completed and Ginsburg left the company along with another senior colleagues from Time Warner. How Buddies-in-Chief Sway U.S. Presidents from Civil War to Israel's Creation. A new book by Gary Ginsburg reveals how first friends can make history over a drink or round of golf, and many have been crucial in the formation of the Jewish state. In a telegram, Jacobs had pled with the president to meet face-to-face with Chaim Weizmann, later become Israel's first president, who had flown in to make the case for the Jewish state, but American Zionists seemed to have spoiled the chances, not doing their case any favors with over-the-top zealotry and increasingly aggressive pressure on the White House, according to Ginsburg. Truman would later write in his diary that these efforts were disrespectful and mean, and the Jews are so emotional and the Arabs are so difficult to talk with, it is almost impossible to get anything done. At this point, Jacobson tugged at Truman's heartstrings, recalling their decades of friendship and eventually pointing to a statue of Andrew Jackson in the Oval Office, appealing to the president's admiration for the patriotic hero. Weizmann is like the Jewish Jackson, Jacobson insisted. Truman became hot under the collar, physically turning his back to his friend, but relented. 9 days later, Truman had a discreet meeting with Weizmann, who made the pitch. Truman is now more resolved that it's the right thing to do, says Ginsburg. On May 14, 1948, Truman was the first foreign leader to recognize an independent Jewish state. The book says that the president created Jacobson's involvement as having been of decisive importance. Gary Ginsburg is a prominent figure in Israel, known for his work in public health policy and his involvement in various initiatives aimed at improving the country's healthcare system. He's been associated with the Israel Ministry of Health and has conducted research on issues such as smoking attributable mortality and the economic impact of chronic diseases. Additionally, Ginsburg has been involved in efforts to combat anti-Semitism and promote pro-Israel leadership in the United States. While not a first friend per se, Ginsburg, 58, has floated amongst the politically influential over the past 30 years. He was good friends with John F. Kennedy Jr., was one of 5 lawyers commissioned to interview Al Gore as a prospective vice presidential candidate, who worked with the Clintons, and according to former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Michael Oren, Ginsburg proposed the idea to then Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to hold up the now iconic cartoon bomb at a UN speech, showing how close Iran was to nuclear capability. Ginsburg's had the ear of many presidents. You can see him sitting here with Jimmy Carter. The magician David Copperfield couldn't make himself disappear from the Epstein Client list. Have you ever met David Copperfield? Answer, yes. And do you recall when you initially met him? Yes. Can you tell me what that was? Sure. Someone called me from the house and said that he would be there, and if I wanted to come have dinner, then I could meet him. And what happened at dinner, if anything? He did some magic tricks. Did you observe David Copperfield to be a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's? Yes. Did Copperfield ever discuss Jeffrey's involvement with young girls with you? ? He questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Woody Allen, who is also in the Epstein blacklist, wrote this extremely strange letter about the whole thing, and Jeffrey's mentioned in the letter, and he ends it at Castle Dracula. Very, very strange stuff from Woody Allen. One of the key names circled in the blacklist is that of Courtney Love, which can send you down an entire another rabbit hole, starting with the documentary Soaked in Bleach, which was about a private investigator she hired to look into the death of Kurt Cobain, who basically came out and said that it was Courtney Love that was responsible for the murder of Kurt Cobain. Many years later, Courtney Love would be seen at the funeral of Chris Cornell, hanging out with wife of Chris Cornell, Vicky Cornell, who's friends with Chester Bennington, who would also be found dead, most likely murdered in both cases of Chris and Chester Bennington. And this cult is all connected to all of this. Another one of the names in this list was Christina ONG-BS of Como Holdings. Created by co-founder Christina ONG and headquartered in Singapore, the Como Group represents an integrated approach to living well, grounded in a celebration of creativity, respect for authenticity, and committed service. The group's businesses can be found in 15 countries and extend across hospitality, Como hotels and resorts, fashion, Club 21, Kids 21, Dover Street, Market Singapore, wellness, Como Shambhala, organic living and gourmet foods, Supernature, Kulina, dining, Candlenut, Cedric Grolet Singapore, Como Cuisine, Cote Singapore, Glow, Ipa Tempura Bar by Ippo Ginza. I mean, it's just an incredible amount of stuff these people are involved in. The most worrying one is the Kids 21 fashion. It's also worrying when you go to their Como Foundation website and see images like this from the third world in places where children are often trafficked from. The Como Group is involved in the fashion industry and also involved in a lot of charities for underprivileged girls and underprivileged children in foreign countries. They also have access to a lot of infrastructure to be able to move people and stuff like that around, with access to different hotels and things like Club 21. But also, of course, this is a Jeffrey Epstein documentary, and where would you be without Como Shambhala massages? And you can see their philanthropy involves children in baskets. And of course, they're involved in the fashion industry, just like everyone else in this documentary, from Lesley Wexner and his L brands at Victoria's Secret to this Como Group here and their very strange sense of fashion. Another big name in this is Andres Pastrana, ex-president of Colombia. Andres Pastrana Arango is a Colombian politician who was the 31st president of Colombia from 1998 to 2002, following in the footsteps of his father, Misael Pastrana Barrero, who was president from 1970 to 1974. At one point during his political career, he was kidnapped by the Medellin cartel. In October 2021, his name was mentioned in the Pandora Papers as the owner of a company located in Panama, a country considered a tax haven, through which he makes investments in Colombia. Here's Andres Pastrana with U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Andres Pastrana, the former president of Colombia, has been involved in public discussions regarding his association with Jeffrey Epstein, a controversial financier, and has been linked to the Friends of Israel initiative. He has denied visiting Epstein's infamous island, stating his 2003 flight was a transbordo to Cuba for a meeting with Fidel Castro, that he and only met Epstein once at a gathering in Ireland. Pastrana also served as a board member of the Friends of Israel initiative since May 2017, where he's recognized for his support of Israel. Another person on the list is Tom Pritzker. Alright, if I were to ask you the question, how many times have you had sex with Tom Pritzker? Do you know what that question means? I believe so. Alright, and what is the answer to that question? I believe I was with Tom once as one of the victims of Epstein. And who is Tom Pritzker? Well, he's Aspen Strategy Group member, executive chairman, Hyatt Hotels Corporation. So once again, a hotels connection. Mr. Pritzker, executive chairman of Hyatt Hotels Corporation, which is present in 69 countries across 6 continents. Mr. Pritzker is also chairman and CEO of the Pritzker Organization, the family's historical merchant bank that is in the business of building companies. Over his career, he's been involved in acquiring and building companies in numerous industries, including container leasing. Triton is now the world's largest container leasing company. Jerry Zario is another name on the Epstein blacklist. Group CEO, Dura Gate Development, Authority Vice Chairman, Forbes Travel Guide. Jerry likes to post his personal life to his Instagram at Jerry Inzerio. On the images, he's posing with another member of the Epstein blacklist, Michael Jackson, and also standing next to him is Nelson Mandela. Jerry Inzerio was involved in COVID-19 in recognition of his leadership and empathetic outreach to the global tourism community during the COVID-19 pandemic. He was voted Corporate Hotelier of the World by Hotels Magazine, considered the most prestigious recognition in the global hospitality, as well as the Tourism for Peace Award by the World Association of Non-Governmental Organizations. In 2018, Inzerio was appointed by the HRH Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, another member of the Epstein blacklist, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be the founding CEO of the newly created Diriyah Gate Development Project, a USD 63 billion Vision 2030 gigaproject aimed at restoring and reimagining the ancestral home of the original Saud state. From CEO of Forbes Travel Guide to CEO of Morgan's Hotel Group, Inzerio is now leading the transformation of the world's most iconic tourism destination, Diriyah, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is all part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which I did a documentary on previously, so go back and check that out. In his personal life, Inzerio has long been involved with philanthropy, especially with respect to children. Oh, great. Education and HIV/AIDS. He was honored with a knighthood by the Knights of Malta in Rome, Italy, in '96, as well as in 2023 receiving Presidential Medal of Volunteerism and Service from U.S. President Joseph Biden. Inzerio is also a founding advisory board member of the Clinton AIDS Foundation. Robert Hansen is also in the blacklist. Robert William Hansen is a British financier and businessman. He is a chairman of the Hansen Family Holdings, a private company which owns businesses in the fields of logistics, investment banking, news media, and chemicals. In the 1980s, Hansen joined N.M. Rothschild and Sons, then went to work for his father. On the list is also Steve Gottlieb, who is an American entrepreneur and former music executive. He's founder and CEO of Shindig, a platform for online video chat events. Prior to Shindig, Gottlieb founded the independent record label TVT Records. TVT would ultimately grow into one of the most successful independent labels in U.S. history. Notable signings to TVT were Nine Inch Nails, Ja Rule, Little John, Pitbull, Gilstock Heron, Seven Dust, The Connells. Other notable releases and signings included Snoop Dogg, Yo Gotti, Ying Yang Twins, Underworld, The Time Lords, Ambulance LTC, XTC, and Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. The company had a robust soundtrack division that released over 100 major soundtracks, including those from Mortal Kombat and Blade. Probably didn't realize that some of the most popular songs you've heard over the past 20 years have come from a guy that went to Epstein's Island, enough times to get himself included in the blacklist. TVT Music Publishing's writers wrote or co-wrote such hits as Usher's Yeah, 50 Cent's Candy Shop, Chris Brown's Run It, Little John's Get Low. Other artists who recorded songs from TVT Music Publishing's catalog include Tom Jones, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, Ricky Martin, Beyonce, Pink, Ludacris, Johnny Cash, Mariah Carey, Fat Joe, Lil' Kim, Toni Braxton, Ja Rule, Janet Jackson, John Legend, Dr. Dre, the Ying Yang Twins. Another name on the list is Barbara Guggenheim of Guggenheim Museum. Another Art World Museum connection. Freddie Heineken can find himself in Jeffrey Epstein's contact list. A Dutch businessman for Heineken International, the brewing company, created in 1864 by his grandfather, Gerard Adrian Heineken, in Amsterdam. He served as chairman of the board of directors and CEO from 1971 until 1989. After his retirement as chairman and CEO, Heineken continued to sit on the board of directors until his death and served as chairman of the supervisory board from 1989 to 1995. And Freddie Heineken, like so many of the other people on this list, are no longer with us and will never be held accountable in this lifetime. Another big-time media executive is Robert Pittman. He's an American businessman. Pittman was CEO of MTV Networks and co-founder and programmer who led the team that created MTV, and is the co-founder of iHeartMedia and Casa Dragones Tequila. Pittman joined iHeartMedia's predecessor company, Clear Channel, in November 2010 as an investor and the company's chairman of media and entertainment platforms. Warner Amex, he oversaw the creation and growth of MTV and the transition of Nickelodeon from a failing network geared to preschoolers to the highest rated channel aimed at older kids, as well as overseeing the launches of VH1 and Nick at Night, and led the initial public offering for MTV Networks and its expansion into international markets. In 1990, Pittman was appointed president and CEO of Time Warner Enterprises, new business group of Time Warner, and in 1991 became chairman and CEO of Six Flags theme parks, where his team oversaw the revitalization of Six Flags brand, taking attendance from 7 million to 25 million, using a classic second-place strategy with their bigger than Disneyland, closer to home positioning of the brand. While at Century 21, Pittman met Steve Case and joined the board of directors of America Online Incorporated. He joined the company as president and CEO of AOL Networks in 1996 and later became president and COO of America Online Incorporated. So you can see how these guys in various facets are tied into various critical infrastructure platforms and other platforms such as AOL. In November 2010, Pittman took on the role of chairman of media and entertainment platforms for Clear Channel and made a personal equity investment in the company. Another person on the Epstein blacklist is Elizabeth Saltzman, who is once again connected to the modeling world and the fashion world. A US and UK-based stylist with a global reach, known for her signature aesthetic, classic elegance with an unexpected twist, a style often seen in every weird fashion company on earth. And she started her career in 1984 at Giorgio Armani. Here's some of the images that you'll find on her website, which is A-Frame Agency, which is some sort of fashion modeling agency. Saltzman runs this company, A-Frame Agency, which seems to be some sort of modeling agency, possibly something they're still using to recruit young girls for wherever they've moved the island operations to now. Thank you very much for watching this entire documentary so far. This may be the end of the documentary, but this is not the end of the Epstein Client list or the Epstein files. As you know, there's plenty more evidence to go over, plenty more connections to go over, plenty more people in the Epstein blacklist that could be gone over. If you're interested in a second part to this documentary, let me know in the comment section down below. However, the most important thing is for you to share this documentary out there and share this information. And when people say, oh, there is no Epstein client list, or oh, there are no Epstein files, you can tell them, well, there's this very well done documentary that compiled all of the best evidence and files and connections about the main characters who are in the Epstein client list, and let them see this film as a source of information so that other people can become aware of this, so that if enough people become aware, we can try to make some changes and hold some of these people accountable. Thank you very much for watching this documentary. Please share and take care.
Epstein.